For as long as I could remember, I was alone. My earliest memory was of someone shouting angry voices, distant yet sharp. I would only come to realize years later that those voices belonged to the caretakers of an orphanage. That bleak place was where I spent all 16 years of my life. With no one to rely on but myself, I dove headfirst into the one thing I could control: my studies. I buried myself in books, isolating myself in the library, day after day. But even that couldn't shield me from the attention I didn't want. Being the nerd made me a target. Bullying became the ever-present shadow in my life, a daily battle that pushed me to a decision: be prey or become a predator. That's when I approached Leo. He was the stereotypical popular guy: charismatic, athletic, untouchable. Teachers scolded him for his grades, but the students adored him. I saw an opportunity in him, a classic nerd meets jock alliance. I offered a deal: I'd do his homework, he'd teach me MMA. He agreed. Thanks to my perfect memory, my so-called photocopier brain, I had no issue memorizing textbooks or techniques. Every move Leo showed me, I replicated with ease. Too much ease, maybe. Eventually, jealousy or maybe irritation drove him away. But by then, I had learned enough. I don't like to admit it, but I hold grudges. And I make sure they're repaid in full with interest. One by one, I targeted the bullies. Broken bones, twisted joints, all accidents, of course. Carefully staged, executed in front of witnesses when possible. For the second and third, I waited until we were off school grounds, where there were no teachers or rules to protect them. Some might call it excessive, others might call it psychotic. I called it justice. And I made sure my spotless record stayed exactly that: spotless. The bullying stopped. The predators realized I had grown fangs. Peace, at last. One overcast afternoon, I was walking home, nose buried in the final Harry Potter book. As usual, I wasn't paying attention. I kept tripping on raised slabs of the cracked sidewalk, but I never learned. The book was too good. But that day was different. I stepped off the curb without realizing it. My foot sank, the sudden change in elevation catching me off guard. I stumbled forward right into the road. Then, from a blind corner, a truck appeared. Time slowed. My life flashed before my eyes: quiet nights in the orphanage, whispered dreams of a family, the sharp pain of betrayal, and fleeting warmth I never truly felt. I never regretted my revenge. But I did regret one thing: never knowing what it felt like to be loved, to feel a mother's kiss, a father's embrace. That thought was the last before everything went black, cut off by a blinding white truck traveling 60 kilometers per hour. Well, at least it was quick, I thought as I slipped into the void. I don't know how long I floated in that emptiness. But eventually, warmth began to seep into me. A strange, comforting heat, like sipping cocoa on a freezing night. I felt a heartbeat, strong, rhythmic, thunderous. And a second one, quieter, weaker. Was that mine? Then came muffled voices, distorted as if underwater. A distant grumble echoed my stomach. Before I could understand any of it, a deep, commanding voice thundered inside my mind. "Who are you?" Startled, I hesitated. But I answered truthfully. "Thomas." "You're not the owner of this body. How did you get here?" I blinked metaphorically. "What the hell are you talking about?" "Don't play dumb. What did you do?" "Listen, I have no idea what's happening. I got hit by a truck, okay? That's the last thing I remember. So you tell me what the hell is going on." My mouth didn't move, but the voice was still mine. That was unsettling. "Strange. You're clearly a baby, and yet you can speak." He seemed more confused than angry now. "Wait, did he just say baby?" My mind reeled. There were only two explanations. Either this guy was seriously screwing with me or I had been reincarnated. Who are you? I asked carefully. Draken. A dragon. I froze. A what? That's not helping, I muttered. Are you serious? Why would I lie? He asked, genuinely puzzled. To mess with me, I thought, but before I could speak, my thoughts were interrupted. Fine, let me show you. Suddenly, visions exploded in my mind, memories that weren't mine. A woman, heavily pregnant, a glowing aura, a baby inside her womb. Me. The clarity, the emotion, it wasn't fabricated. It was real. I could feel the fluid around me, warm and safe. The louder heartbeat belonged to her, the weaker one mine. The muffled voices, her body filtering sound. The evidence was undeniable. I really had been reborn. Whatever brought you here made it permanent, Draken said. You're the new soul in this body. I can't risk using magic, it could destroy your infant vessel. His words should have frightened me, but one word stuck in my head. Magic. You said magic? I asked, trying to suppress the tremble of excitement. Yes, magic. Wizards. Magical creatures. Why is that surprising? My heart pounded, not just from fear, but hope. Could it be? Was it that world? The one I had read, reread, and escaped into so many times. I had to know more. So who were you to my new family? I asked. The word family tasted strange, unfamiliar but warm. Draken hesitated. That is something you'll have to discover. But know this, if you are to inherit this legacy, you must be prepared. Our bloodline is ancient, feared and hunted. I didn't understand it all, not yet. But I knew one thing. My story wasn't over. It had just begun. Go ahead, I muttered with a touch of sarcasm. Not like I have much else to do besides float around in a womb. A silence followed. Then the dragon's voice returned, deep, ancient, and echoing. Very well. The story begins not just at the start of the wizarding era, but at the birth of magic itself. It was long, long ago, too far back for even us dragons to recall clearly. But what matters is that it was a different world. Back then, we dragons stood at the pinnacle of magical power. There were only a dozen of us across the globe, 5 residing here in Europe. We weren't just beasts of legend, we were guardians of balance, custodians of nature itself. His voice turned heavier, more solemn. Then came the wizards, primitive at first, stumbling in their attempts to wield magic. But it didn't take long before they grew skilled and arrogant. With newfound power came greed, and soon, atrocities followed. Forests scorched, animals hunted into extinction, entire ecosystems laid to waste. All for ingredients and power. One man among them, however, saw through the rot. A wizard named Pendragon. He loathed what his kind had become. Seeking an answer, he approached us with a proposition, a pact. In exchange for knowledge of the budding magical communities and their weaknesses, he asked for our power, specifically, to seal one of us a true dragon within himself. He succeeded through rituals so ancient, even we had forgotten them. He became our ally, our vessel, and with that power he brought fire and death to those who abused magic. The world came to fear the name Pendragon, calling him the harbinger of death. There was a pause. I could feel the weight of the dragon's memories, the bitterness and reverence intermingled. But Liam was not just a destroyer. As the years passed, war wearied him. With wisdom came restraint. He built a family, your family, and turned from bloodshed. The Pendragons vanished from the world stage, living in seclusion, protecting the balance quietly and honoring the bond they'd made with us. That bond endured for centuries. We provided knowledge, guidance, and rare resources. The Pendragons, in return, sheltered us. But nothing lasts forever. His voice grew cold, mournful. The other 3 dragons, true dragons like my father, were hunted down by wizard kind. Betrayal and fear sealed their fate. My father, he was the last, sealed within Liam to survive. But when Liam died of old age, the contract consumed him too. Only I remain now. And of the Pendragons, only your mother, father, brother, and now you. So, he really is a dragon. And Liam, my ancestor, sounds like a terrifying badass with a moral compass. Still, something nagged at me. If your kind was in danger, why didn't the Pendragons leave hiding? I asked. The dragon answered before I finished the thought. Because to the outside world, they were heretics, traitors. Both wizard and muggle kind labeled them sinners for siding with us. Their bloodline was cursed, hunted across generations. And yet, they never stopped protecting us. There was raw emotion in his voice. Grief, maybe even guilt. I don't know why they did it, but it touched both my father and me. I only wish we could have done more. I let the silence linger a moment before speaking again. Well, I don't exactly have a say in any of this yet. I'm not even born. But I do have a question. Why are you able to talk to me now? Are you sealed in my mother? No, I'm not inside your mother. His voice softened. I'm sealed within your father. I've been passed down through the direct bloodline since Liam. When I sensed something strange inside Nina, your mother, I extended my awareness. That's how I found you. So I am directly descended from Liam Pendragon. That explains the connection and maybe what's waiting for me in this life. What do dragon wielders gain? What kind of powers are we talking about? Many, though it varies by dragon. But some are common. You'll be able to communicate with lesser dragons and tame them. Most will obey you, not out of fear, but recognition. You'll also inherit abilities tied to me. And your animagus form will be a dragon. My heart leapt. A dragon animagus. That alone was insane. I couldn't help but grin mentally. None of this existed in the original Harry Potter books. No mention of Pendragons. No ancient dragon pacts. Either no one ever discovered the truth, or they were all dead. I really hoped it wasn't the latter. Then something shifted. A pressure. A push. I felt myself moving downward. Oi, Drac, what's going on? Looks like you're being born, kid. You'll be fine. We'll talk more later. His voice faded as my world was thrown into chaos. The once peaceful warmth vanished. Muscles squeezed me, forcing me through a narrow tunnel. Pressure crushed me, light blinded me, and when the cold air slammed against my skin, I gasped and began to cry. I didn't even want to cry. It was instinct, reflex, my tiny body's only response. Am I already this weak? No, just a fragile body. My mind's still intact. That's what matters. My new life had begun. And this time, I wasn't going to be a sheep.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
When I was finally able to open my eyes, I saw a beautiful woman staring at me lovingly. The bright lights from the room gave her an angelic look as I peered into her blue eyes. She had black velvety smooth hair that reached her lower back, but it wasn't tidy. Her hair was everywhere, and she had drops of sweat rolling down the side of her face. By now, I had stopped crying as the pain slowly faded away. A man came in through the door while I was looking at my mother. I turned my head to see who it was, and boy, was I amazed. The man was tall, to say the least, His abyssal black hair and red eyes gave him a fierce look. A scar that ran down his left eye was an indication of a tough fight he must have had with someone or something. That was my father, Lance. Man, does he give me the chills. Those eyes are scary as hell, I thought as I turned my head and peered into them. My father saw me do that and kept full eye contact with me for a couple of seconds before a beaming smile spread across his face, almost reaching his ears. He walked over and gently ran his hand atop my head in a caring manner. "Thank you, Nina. I know it has been hard on you this past few days," he said as he stared lovingly at my mother. "I finally have a family that I can be a part of. How much I have longed for this moment." Before I could enjoy the moment further though, a smaller hand caressed my head again. I looked over to find a smaller version of my father looking at me with joy and excitement. "Ha ha ha, I have a baby brother, Mum, Dad, I have a baby brother finally, I have someone to spend time with," he said, glowing with happiness as he stared at me and then at my parents and then back at me. "It seems that I have a brother as well, nice. When I have grown up, I'll teach him some MMA. I thought before something came up. Wait. It seems that my memory is just as good as my past life's one. That's great. At least this way, all my knowledge from my past life won't be wasted. I'll need to talk to Drac since he's the only one who can give me answers." Before long, I drifted off to sleep in my mother's arms. I have to say, having so little energy is really a drag, but there's nothing I can do. Soon the next day approached, and I found myself in her arms as she watched my father cook breakfast. But my last remaining incredibly important question was answered in that moment. I was in the world of Harry Potter. How did I know that? Because Lance was waving his wand around making the vegetables float before being cut into pieces by a knife suspended in midair. I was exhilarated. I had actually transmigrated into my favorite books. As I thought about this, my father soon served the freshly cooked dishes. Naturally, I was fed since I not only have no teeth, but my mobility is pretty much non-existent. The good thing was that I could chat with Drac without my father knowing, as per my request, of course. Drac and I began to get close, and his curiosity about me never seemed to die down. He told me about the date of my birth, which I have to say was very, very convenient for my plans. I was born on March 1st, 1980, more precisely the same year as Harry Potter, but I'm older by 4 months. My plans simply consisted of going to Hogwarts, then becoming a world-renowned potion maker. As for what this has to do with Harry, well, I'll help him take out Voldemort. Drac went on to tell me all about the specific area we are in, which funnily enough, is close to Hogwarts. Scotland, to be specific, high in the mountain area out of wizard and muggle eyes. So the day went on after breakfast, where we went around the mountains with my brother Theo and my mother Nina while my dad went around patrolling the area as he usually would. We headed back, had dinner, played with my brother, which consisted of him carrying me around and swinging me in circles, which made me laugh. He thought I was laughing because I was having fun. No, it was because of the stupid face he was making while doing so. But he doesn't need to know that. Soon days went by, and a month later, I was sitting on the kitchen bench with my father feeding me as normal. I was, as always, talking to Drac. I was curious about the power of the dragon wielders, and since he only briefly skimmed over it before, today he explained it to me in full detail. He explained that a dragon wielder was a human that could tap into the powers of a dragon and have partial or even full transformation similar to an animagus and a metamorphagus. Like a werewolf, I said, trying to compare them. Drac, for the first time, got pissed off that I would compare him to what he called filthy dogs. He said that werewolves were different as they weren't animagus or metamorphagus but actually chimeras. They were a magic experiment that tried to combine the powers of magical creatures with that of a human, resulting in the uncontrollable monster that appears at every full moon. He disdained such foul creatures. He explained that, unlike those failures, the dragons allowed the humans to tap into their powers without any side effects. Well, almost, the human would experience a slight shift in character since his soul is in constant contact with that of the dragon. He said that depending on the dragon, different character traits would emerge, from greed, to lust, to cowardice and more. He also said the animagus form would take the appearance of the dragon sealed inside of the human. He mentioned that, for example, my father could turn into a black dragon that spits out a flame that is as black as the abyss. Drac mentioned he was the most powerful dragon after his father, which had sadly passed away. He said that the size of the animagus form varied depending on the talent and strength the wizard had. My father, according to Drac, was only slightly above average in terms of talent and strength. I wondered what the maximum size was. Drac told him that it was far bigger than what I could imagine, so I could only overestimate his size to the extreme. After this talk, I really wanted to have one, but Drac previously mentioned that he was the last one and that in order to pass into me, my father would have to die, which immediately killed all my hopes since I would never want my father, which I wanted so badly in my past life, to die just for my greed. Every day, Theo and I would spend time together. He would carry me in his arms and show me around the woods along the mountainside, with our mother following right behind us. Theo would always be happy while carrying me. He would tell me stories he heard from Dad that included ones about our first ancestor Liam Pendragon. I really had grown to love my brother. He was dumb at times and caring to the extreme to the next. We once ran into a wolf, and before Nina could react, the wolf lunged at me. Theo didn't even hesitate to turn around and block the wolf from hitting me. Sadly, he was severely hurt and had to stay in bed for a week before he was good again. His back was covered in the gashes and scratch marks from the wolf's claws and fangs before my mother was able to get to him in time. It really touched me, and since then, he and I have been inseparable. I would lay next to him and listen to his ramblings about vegetables, animals, and what he would do when he was older. At night, while me and Theo were in bed, Mum and Dad would sit by close by and tell us fantastic stories that wouldn't lose out to the ones from my past life. Then Nina would sing a song so enchanting that the whole forest froze as if stopping to listen intently to the singing of a fairy. I stared at her with tears welling up in my eyes. This was the warmth I had wished for. Maybe I was heard that day. Maybe that accident was ready-made for me to live this happy life. Soon another 2 months rolled by, and on a disturbingly quiet night, I felt incredibly uneasy. I couldn't explain it at all, but my answer soon came when the sound of explosions and fire began to engulf our house. I was startled awake, and so were my parents as they saw the fire surrounding us from the windows. Lance quickly got up and went to see what was happening. Shadows were seen flickering through the fire as they burst through the windows. Lance was seen outside fighting a wizard with a cloak that was sending out green beams of light. The others walked towards us. Mum grabbed onto the blanket that covered me and looked to make sure that I was okay before lifting me up and attempting to run. She didn't get far before she was surrounded from all sides. One of the cloaked figures was about to chant something when a little figure smashed into him from the side, making the man tumble down. My mother was aghast as she saw the figure. Theo, she shouted as she looked at the man who by now had gotten up and kicked Theo in the stomach. "TCH, little brat, you couldn't just wait and die silently, you just had to interfere, huh?" he hissed in annoyance. He pointed at Theo and cast his spell. Avada Kedavra. I saw it clearly with my own small eyes. Theo was directly hit and slumped to the ground. Before he died, I saw him turn his head towards me one last time with his classic dumb smile etched on his face as if to comfort me one last time before his eyes lost their light. My mother screamed at the top of her lungs as she crumbled to the floor, still holding me in her arms while staring at the lifeless body of Theo as she cried with heart-wrenching screams. I couldn't quite believe what was happening. Why. I yelled in my head as streams of tears rolled down my face. Why was I always on the receiving end of fate's slaps? Why do I never get to experience the love of a family for more than an instant before it disappears? My brother, gave his life for me, he protected me again, and all he got was death. I started to cry harder. I really couldn't hold it in. I really couldn't. My heart lost a chunk of itself this night. Did I expect it to be over? Fate decided to slap me again when the same man used Crucio on my mother right in front of me. Unable to hold on, she dropped me on the floor suddenly from the pain. You filthy Pendragon scum, we have been looking for you for hundreds of years, and finally, after hunting you all down, we have killed you all. You are the last 3 remaining, he said sadistically as I saw my mother writhing in pain. She looked into my eyes and smiled at me with difficulty as I saw that loving gaze once again. The same loving gaze I saw when I first appeared in this world. The same loving gaze that allowed me to feel loved, that comforted me, telling me that everything was going to be okay, was now being erased. The man got bored after seeing that my mother stopped screaming. He simply sent another Avada her way. I saw the unwavering loving gaze in my mother's eyes as she slowly lost signs of life. I'm sorry, my child, maybe I should not have brought you into such a terrible world, please, live on, she said before dying. By now I was distraught and broken. I haven't even been with my only family in this world for more than a moment, and they are already being taken away from me. Why must I go through this? I curse the heavens, hell, fucking God himself. I couldn't do anything but cry out. The men stared at me. The man who killed both my brother and mother walked over and kicked my mother's dead body out of the way before walking towards me. I couldn't see who he was, but I saw a tattoo on his left arm. A skull with a serpent. I know who they are. Voldemort, you fucking scum. I yelled out in my head. But before I could think further, I heard the voice of another man under the hood. We have a deal. The Ministry will overlook this, but you must not involve us with any more attacks later on, he said warningly. Relax, the Dark Lord will keep his word. The link between the Ministry and the Dark Lord will not be known to anyone. You have provided us with the location of the Pendragon family. We will keep our end of the deal, he said dismissively. I was shocked. The Ministry was in on this as well. Why would they do this? Is it due to hatred? Due to fame? No, it can't be fame. Nobody knows about our family since ages ago. What could it be? I asked myself before I saw the man walk over and point his wand at me. Sorry, little guy, but trash like you needs to be eradicated. I will remember those words and write them on the graves of all those who have wronged me on this night. But before the man was able to chant Avada, the roof of the house was blown off and the massive head of a dragon was seen looking inside. I was suddenly levitating towards the dragon before landing on its head. Lance, in dragon form, looked at the dead bodies of his wife and elder son and cried. His tears slid down the side of the dragon's face as he took one last look before scorching the house, killing everyone before taking flight. I'm sorry, kid. I really am. I didn't know this would happen so soon. I thought we had more time, Drax said remorsefully. He didn't get a response. I was completely filled with hatred, thoughts, and remaking my plans. A black streak of smoke flew next to Lance in dragon form. It was one of Voldemort's strongest Death Eaters, Snape. Lance looked over and recognized him. He knew he could not escape, so he had to make a decision. I'm sorry, son. I'm sorry I could not protect your mother and brother. I'm sorry for all of this. It is due to my negligence as a parent that this is happening. But I will not allow them to take you away as well, Lance said as he looked at Tom atop his head. Without saying anything more, Tom was sent away via a form of apparition. He disappeared and reappeared on the doorstep of a house in a quiet neighborhood. Tom couldn't see who it was that chased after his father, but he was distraught with sadness and grief. You piece of shit, Let me fucking die, please. Why must you force me to live again without a family? He screamed in his mind only to cry again louder and louder. The door opened and a man came out and looked down at Tom. He was surprised to see the little child there and picked him up. He looked at the card that magically appeared next to Tom. Looking from side to side, not finding anyone around, he carried him inside. He set Tom down on the couch momentarily before opening the letter. Dear Luke, I'm sorry to have to trouble you. It has been a long time since we have seen each other, but I have always valued you as a brother. If you are reading this, it means that I am dead. Please take care of my child. He is the only surviving Pendragon. Please raise him in a safe environment. Never tell him about us. I don't want him to ever find out the truth. I ask only this one thing of you. Take care, old friend. Lance Pendragon. The man looked up with teary eyes as he stared at the baby wrapped in a sheet. He walked over and looked at the nameplate that hung from his neck. Thomas Pendragon, I see, so you must have survived by some miracle. I'm sorry, little one, but I promise that I will take care of you as my own. He hugged the child and walked upstairs to his room where his wife slept and settled him in between both of them. Tom was so tired from crying that he fell asleep right away. Snape, you fucker, why did you have to destroy my family? Why? You killed my wife and 2 sons, you son of a bitch. He yelled as he launched tongues of fire at Snape. It's simple, the Lord wants you alive to extract the dragon for himself. So I must ask you to come with me quietly. Snape said, not caring about what Lance screamed. Lance was distraught with the pain of losing his family. He had to even send his son away without being able to ever see him again. Drac, please raise my son for me, protect him, and make sure he never knows about what happens. I don't want him to live a life fueled by revenge and hatred, he said sadly. Drac could only lie and say that he would, knowing full well that Tom was already fully conscious and most likely remembered everything. He hoped that wasn't the case, but he would have to check later. I promise, Lance, I will devote my life to the boy. I will not let him die, he said grimly. Thank you, old friend. Lance turned back into human form and levitated there and looked at Snape with a nasty grin. Snape was disgruntled by the smile since he didn't know what he was going to do. Snape, you bastard, you better hope that you never meet a Pendragon ever again, because that day you will be burnt by the flames of vengeance. Snape dismissed it as he knew that Lance was all that was left. His second son must have died earlier. Sadly, he couldn't ask the others that came with him since this insufferable Lance burnt them to a crisp. Before he could react, Lance started to murmur some chant, and before he could do anything, Lance smiled even wider as his body began to dry up and soon started to break down into dust scattered into the wind. No, you fucker, Snape screamed as he looked at the dust in the wind with hatred before seeing the image of a massive black dragon, hundreds of meters long, staring at him with pure hatred. Snape looked at it with utter fear. It was simply massive. Link to image here. https://bossfightuniverse.fandom.com/wiki/grand hell dragon. Lucky for him, the illusory image soon became transparent before fading away. Snape knew that since the whole family is dead, the dragon would be too, since there was no one else for him to go into. Snape was pissed since now he would have to listen to Voldemort lecture him. He shook his head in disappointment and flew away. Back where Snape just was, a small black flame appeared and flew into the direction of Tom at the speed of sound. In the house Tom was sleeping in, the black flame appeared and seeped into his body. It was quiet and no one knew better. And so, the legend of the Lord of Fire was born, and with it the start of an epic journey that will shake the foundations of the wizarding world itself. I woke up and found myself in a cozy bed next to a woman I did not recognize. For a second, I thought it was my mother, and then I remembered what had happened the day before. My mood instantly plummeted to the ground, and I began to cry. My heart could not handle the pain, the gut-wrenching, bone-breaking, searing pain I felt in my mind and soul. I really wish I could die right now, I really do. But before I could wallow in my own despair, I heard an all too familiar voice that brought me out from my dark place. Kid, you are not alone, I'm here. Even though I couldn't protect your family, I will give my life to ensure that you live yours, he said to me in a stern yet loving way. Drac had always been talking to me since I arrived in this world, and now that my family was gone, he was all I had. Drac, is that really you? I said, shocked. I didn't think I would hear him again, much less talk to him. That's right, kid, it's me. I'm saddened to say that your father died not to give me away. He died so that you wouldn't be alone, he said, incredibly saddened by my father's death. My mood plummeted again as I began to cry silently, this time as I immersed myself in my memories of my father. Flashback. Here, eat this, Tom, open your mouth, you little bugger, don't make me shove this spoon up your ass. Lance, what did you just say to my son? Said Nina as she cut off Lance. Lance recoiled at mother's reprimand and repeated his sentence while under the glare of my mother. Here, eat this, Tom, open your mouth please so that daddy can feed you, he said softly but mechanically as he stole glances at Nina. I laughed so hard at this, and Lance took it as him having made me laugh. He also took the opportunity to feed me the pumpkin he had on the spoon. Damn, I shouldn't have laughed. I goddamn hate pumpkin, I said internally as I swallowed the pumpkin, trying not to gag. Back to the present. I smiled softly as the tears began to dry at the similar memories that occurred every morning. I started to feel better and started to talk to Drac in my head. Drac, how did my father die? Who killed him? I asked while fury started to boil over me. Any more, and I would spit fire. Relax, kid, your eyes have changed color, amazing since you are still a baby, but it will harm your body. As for your question, I will tell you later, for I know it won't help you at all. I can tell you that your father asked me to hide the truth from you since he thought that you were an ordinary baby. He asked me to lie and make sure you never remember what happened, to not live for the sake of revenge and hatred. So you're saying that he wanted me, his son, to forget the tragedy to which I am the sole survivor of and live a happy life without avenging them. Did I get that right? I said, the voice inside my head becoming cold as ice as my anger rose to new levels. You want me to forget, my voice getting lower and colder. Kid, calm down. Any more and you'll lose control and burn the house down. That is what your father wished for me to do. If you were a normal child, you can't blame him for it, can you? He wanted you to be happy, as any father would, he said, trying to calm me down. My anger was about to spill over the edge when another memory flashed through my eyes. Flashback 2. Tom, sit still, I need to change your diaper, and then you can go with your brother to play in the garden, my mother said as she looked at me with the same adoring eyes and the smile that could topple countries. My mother was my rock, the person I was most connected to. Since my last life, all I wanted was to feel the warmth of a mother's touch, and I finally felt it. It was addictive, I loved it, it felt like bliss. My brother would walk in and carry me to the garden and collect tomatoes and potatoes and carrots. His clumsiness stunned me as he almost dropped me on my head, the dumbass. Sorry, Tom, I promise it won't happen again, he would say and give me a big kiss on the forehead before giving me a dumb smile that always forced me to forgive him. When I was born, Theo was 10. He always talked about leaving the mountain one day and finding a pretty girl to marry. I would laugh in my baby voice every time he mentioned it, which really pissed him off and made a stupid scrunched-up face because of it, which made me laugh more and so forth. One time he threatened to throw me to the wolves. Funny how that day was the same that he got bit on the ass by one before mother had to save him. End of flashback. I calmed down again at the memory of my brother before getting sad again. I really was a fucking mess. Kid, I know you are sad and angry, and I will not stop you from getting your revenge, but for that, You need to grow up more and learn magic to stand a chance. Not to mention that Voldemort is out there." He stopped after that. "You don't need to worry about Voldemort since he will die on the 31st of October next year," I said confidently with hatred in my eyes. "How do you know that?" Drac asked me confusedly. I could only sigh before spilling. "Are you able to read my memories at all?" "I really can't be bothered explaining," I said as I yawned. "Yes, but you need to give me access to the memories you want to share." I heard him and thought about hiding some stuff before giving up on that idea. After all, what was the point? He will not hurt me, and two minds are better than one when it comes to the future and the corresponding plans. "Very well, I'll give you access to every single one of my memories from my past life," I said flatly. Drac was shocked before suddenly getting an influx of my memories and beginning to read through them. It took a good hour and a bit before he talked again. "I see. Well, first of all, it's a shame that you died so young, my condolences. Second of all, I'm sorry you lost the family you so much wanted. And thirdly, I see that our world has somehow been written in the form of a book and the move is to go along with it. You seem to be very smart. You have a lot of knowledge that will be fun to sift through while doing your own thing." Cough asterisk right, sorry. Where was I? "It seems that your world has predicted future events, or maybe our world only came into existence due to someone making it up. It doesn't really matter since they no longer have control over it, but having a good timeline of events will be very useful to us." I didn't really care for much of it, but I did agree, having a timeline to base myself on was very good. "Drac, I'm going to tell you what my plans will be, and they are drastically different to what I was originally going for, but that does not matter anymore. I do not care if you are with me or not. I will get my revenge on both Voldemort and the Ministry of Magic. I will burn it to the ground and turn it into something better, a ministry that does not discriminate against muggles, and most of all, I shall reinstate the Pendragon family as the strongest family in the world." "So are you with me, Drac?" I asked. "Cade, you seem to have misunderstood me on something. I am the dragon from hell, the god of flame and destruction. I have not had the chance to witness carnage in a long time, and I'm all for your plan. But that must wait until you are strong enough. We are currently safe since the man who killed your father doesn't know that I'm alive, and those who killed your mother and brother are burnt to a crisp. I will teach you all you need to know. It will be a long journey, but we have time. Naturally, most of it will be theoretical and doing wandless magic will not be possible until much later. So for now live, have fun, study and go to normal school, and when you are ready, you will receive your letter to Hogwarts. Luke, your adopted father is trustworthy. You don't have to worry since he once saved your father, funnily enough. Made a blood pact always to help each other. Even after Lance's death, he will fulfill his promise to your father. But enough of that, I need to sleep for a while, and you need to socialize and fit in with your new family. I'll see you later, kid," he said before becoming silent. After having my talk with Drac about what the future will look like, I heard the sound of footsteps coming from the stairs and heading towards the room I was in. It was Luke Knight who, according to Drac, was my new adopted father. He came in with a tray and walked towards where his wife slept. She soon woke up to the smell of freshly brewed coffee, biscuits and a banana on the side. Very weird to have a banana after coffee, but what do I know? Luke turned towards me and saw that I was awake, and came over. He gently stroked my head and lifted me up into his arms, and walked to the other side of the bed. By now, his wife had sat up and was enjoying the breakfast when she noticed what Luke was carrying. "Dear, what is that you are carrying?" she asked while she stared at me curiously. "Is it a present?" she asked before Luke could answer the first question. "Well, depending on the way you see it, it may very well count as a present," he said with a stiff smile. He walked over and made a gesture to pass me over to her. She looked at Luke and then at me, who was wrapped in a cloth, and put aside her tray and extended her arms to hold me. As soon as she felt something moving inside, she freaked out and almost dropped me. Luckily, Luke was there and helped get a firm grip over me. Diana, this is Thomas Pendragon, and he is the youngest son of Lance. For some unexpected circumstances, he has sent his son to us so that we could raise him, he said with a complicated look and a slouched posture. Oh, by the look on your face, it seems that there is a very complicated issue around this boy, but I have no issues raising him since Lance was also a friend of mine, don't forget. We have been trying for a baby for years to no avail. It seems that little Thomas here is my little present from God, she said as she peered down at me with a sweet smile. Luke breathed a sigh of relief. We should change his last name to something more inconspicuous since the last name Pendragon is a taboo name in the wizarding world, Luke said. I was completely against the idea when I heard the first part of the sentence but calmed down when I heard the second part. It made sense. I was not yet strong enough to not care about the consequences of others knowing my name. I didn't like the idea, but I could not argue. It would be in my best interests to accept it for now until I had the strength to stand on my own. I agree, this little one will adopt the name of Knight until he is old enough to make his own choices, Diana said. Take care of him here. I'll warm up some milk for him, Luke said as he rubbed my head again with a smile and turned to leave. I was indeed famished since I hadn't had anything to eat in ages. I wasn't really in the mood to eat, but my stomach forced me to compromise. Cursed baby body. Seeing my scrunched up eyebrows, which I thought made me look serious, simply made Diana giggle as she squeezed my cheeks and gave me a cuddle before placing me on her stomach in a comfortable position. The morning passed with Luke delivering the milk and lying back in bed with me in between them as they chatted about trivial things and about how exciting it was to have me in their family. Luke was a bit more reserved since he knew the reason I was here and showed less happiness, which didn't escape mine and Diana's eyes. She asked what happened and Luke, who stayed silent for a while, finally spilled the beans. After hearing the story, Diana broke into tears as she gazed at me with pity. She grabbed me and gave me a warm hug in an attempt to what she thought would relieve my pain. It didn't, but it reminded me of my mother's touch, which calmed me down. The day went by with lunch, TV, dinner, movies, and a late afternoon walk in the park before bedtime. The Knights wanted me to sleep with them until I was 1 year old before sleeping in my own little room. Days passed just like this. Breakfast, Luke would read the papers, and I would peer over and have a look. Seeing that there was nothing new like most days, I stopped paying attention. After that I would play with my toys that the Knights bought for me to play with. Then there was lunch, talking with Drac about magic and starting my very basic foundational knowledge on it. Dinner and a daily walk around the block with Diana and Luke before heading off to bed. Soon I turned 5, and I began my first year in school. I was excited about being able to go somewhere new, but being in first grade felt like an insult to my intelligence. Thanks to my memory from my past life, I still had my physics knowledge, university-level maths, and so on. I pretty much slept in class, talked to Drac about magic, and only occasionally answered questions when directed to me. The teachers initially brought it up with the Knights, who reprimanded me for being lazy, but they all soon shut up when I got 100% on every single test they could throw at me. That wasn't to say that I didn't do anything. My knowledge of magic expanded by the day. Currently, I was learning about potions since charms, curses, jinxes, and transfiguration would come later on. As for Muggle knowledge, well, I didn't really need to do anything. I could pass directly into uni and still be called a genius. Not that I would want to, since Muggle information would not help with anything. For the most part anyway, since I did delve into history to gain knowledge and build up my common sense, outlook on this world, as well as practice heavy etiquette thanks to Drac, who informed me that even though I was just a child, etiquette was mandatory for the Pendragon family. So under the tutelage of Drac, I was in my room every day after school practicing my etiquette constantly. Even Diana and Luke were surprised and impressed at the dinner table. I turned 6 and school started back up in September as I began my second year. By now I had started doing MMA at a proper institution compared to my past life, but Leo had already taught me far too much for me to be called a beginner. So having my memory really was convenient for me. According to him, the teacher called me genius as I would learn it in one try no matter the difficulty. I could only laugh at that silently. After all, Leo did teach me all of this. The only reason I came here was that my last life was cut short, so I still had much to learn. It wasn't so much for the moves and attacking, but more about developing my discipline and patience for the craft. Looking for the right moves, attacking at the right time, baiting the opponent into making an opening are all more useful than the moves themselves. I found myself sparring with the adults most of the time, which was fascinating as it wasn't so much about strength when it came to jujitsu, but more about the best way to use my current strength, and this mindset can be beneficial in a lot of things. Apart from that, I learned piano, which Drac specifically recommended as it would improve my coordination and precision with my limbs. I practiced calligraphy with Diana at home after dinner since she was incredibly talented in it. Then I would start going for runs in the morning to increase my stamina and physique. Drac mentioned that the stronger the body, the more magic the body could store. This really motivated me to train harder in everything. It was also because the stronger my body was, the sooner I could use Drac's power. The school was as monotonous as always. I really wasn't paying attention, which continued to piss off the teachers, but they couldn't complain since my results were the best. They tried to convince me to move up a year or two but refused every time. There is no need for it, really. After all, I will not be living in the Muggle world after the age of 11. Sure, I will travel, but I would never work here. But Luke thought otherwise. Tom, sit down. Let me ask you, what would happen if, God forbid, you lose your ability to use magic and can no longer stay in the magic world? What would you do then if you had forsaken your Muggle studies? He asked me with a stern face. He had a point, and I sat in contemplation for a while. He had a point. If I can't use magic forever by some terrible misfortune, then giving up school would be a terrible thing. I should probably reconsider, but man, is it boring. I understand, Luke. I will try harder. That was all I could say. They tried to convince me to go to competitions, but I really didn't want since there wasn't any merit in doing so. I will be leaving the Muggle world behind in a couple of years anyway. Luke took my answer happily and got up to make me a sandwich before going to work. It was Sunday, but Luke worked in government, so he didn't really have days off, and even if he did, he would spend it in his home office working. I could understand how difficult it must be for him since his hair had already started to have strands of gray in it. Diana was a stay-at-home wife since Luke earned more than enough, and since he would come home late or very tired, Diana was responsible for cleaning the house, taking care of me during the day, and cooking for us. I really appreciated them. After 5 years of living with them, I had grown to cherish them, and they really took me in as their own son. They never thought of me as anything else, always took my interests as their number one priority, which warmed my heart. But the memory of my dead family haunted me every night. Theo's last smile, mother's loving eyes, and father's words left a deep scar. I tried to distract myself all day, every day filling my head with new knowledge, practicing etiquette with Drac in my room, and teaching me about magic and stories of our family. I was really dependent on Drac. In a sense, he was my only actual family. My bond with him had deepened, and he once showed me what he looked like in the form of a memory. It was a weird concept, but I didn't care. The memory depicted 300-meter-tall dragon, black in color with black flames and purple eyes, massive wings that spanned hundreds of meters as they formed a massive shadow over the land. He wasn't kidding when he said that the dragons of today were just winged lizards and that it was insulting to share the same name. Drac was a quiet kind of guy. He would be incredibly strict at times, and he would enjoy seeing me get scolded by Diana for my mistakes. But he had a dark side to him. He tries to suppress it completely, but sometimes it seeped through the cracks. The first time I felt it reminded me of the sensation I felt when I died in my past life, dark and desolate. It felt like being plunged into the abyss with no way to escape. It was also mixed with fury, rage, fire, and hatred, which showed me just how vengeful Drac really was. I pretty much insulted him when I gave him that ultimatum that day 5 years ago, which sent chills down my back. He didn't even flare up at all. He was caring and compassionate towards me and has never expressed his anger apart from the occasional reprimand. So it baffled me for quite a while before I decided to ask him about it. "Oh, you seemed to have sensed it, huh, kid? There's nothing to hide. My family are different from the lizard you call dragons of today. We were the gods of this world and wielded immense power, but we had our weaknesses. We needed to sleep for very long periods of time to recover our magic energy. Our bodies are made entirely of magic, not flesh and blood. That was why we were susceptible to sealing spells. Unfortunately, the old wizards were powerful and had magic that could counter us effectively, which decimated my 3 brothers since most of us couldn't help each other while asleep. That's why we made a pact with the Pendragons. They would help us by providing us with shelter and a stable source of magic to absorb, and in return, we would be sealed inside of one of them. We found out that while being sealed inside we could not express most of our power, maybe only 50% at maximum even with the most talented of wizards. But there was an upside. We didn't have to sleep, since we fused with the wizard's magic, allowing us to absorb energy constantly. It's funny how that works, huh? We were made of magic but could not absorb it at a fast rate. Such irony, he finished saying with a hint of fury and annoyance. I could understand it. It felt like being trolled when asking for power. Sure, you got it, but have fun getting enough magic to use it. I see. Can you tell me why the aura I sense felt so desolate and destructive? I asked. Simple, as I told you before, I'm the dragon from hell, the dragon of flame and destruction. Every dragon in my family is born with an element or affinity. My father had the element of light, which encompassed all others. Only dark magic could counter it. Naturally, I am from the abyss. My mother fell into a massive ravine and gave birth to me in pure darkness. I was a reckless and destructive child guided by my element. I could spit fire that can't be extinguished, only sealed. It burned everything it touched, which made my father unsettled. He thought I would bring destruction if left alone, and so he kept me by his side for thousands of years, teaching me, experiencing the world, and showing me how to truly harness my power. After my father's and Liam's death, I was made the next head of my family and was soon sealed inside the next head of your family in a much more special ritual that allowed me to be passed on even in the event of the wizard's death. It was all to prevent someone as strong as my father from dying due to the ritual. That was his only oversight that eventually cost him his life, but even in his last moments he smiled and laughed with Liam as they disappeared. He said while reminiscing in the past, "I'm sorry about bringing something so sensitive to light. So tell me, Drac, what should I be doing for the next couple of years until I go to Hogwarts?" I questioned. "Like I told you, train, study, enjoy your muggle life because it's going to get rough afterwards. There is much to do and much for you to learn. When you arrive at Hogwarts, study, don't mess around, you can't afford to. Read, learn, experience, and when you are ready we will commence our plan. At the age of 7, I was in grade 3 and again top of my class. Everyone was numb to it by now and all the teachers in the school knew about it. For ego purposes, I wanted to try for once and participated in a maths competition for high schoolers around the nation. Funny how everyone who saw me didn't think I was a part of it until I started doing the equations on the board in record-breaking time. I ended up winning the competition. Shock, not really. The results were sealed ever since I stepped into the hall. I even made it into the paper, which didn't really help since now everyone knew my face. I didn't really like the amount of attention I got, but I seemed to crave it for some reason. I asked Drac about it and he told me that it was due to his soul's interference. He said that since he and I were connected I would gain some of his characteristics. I noticed that I was unusually calm under pressure most of the time recently, but I was getting more prideful and I needed to show that off, which annoyed me. He said that if I wanted to remove the negative parts, discipline was needed before he taught me Legimency. It would stop his soul's interference and I would still be able to incorporate the traits that I wanted, such as his level-headedness and calm under pressure. It was hard though, since at school that prideful part of me tried to seduce me into showing off, to show them that I'm the best of them all. It was difficult and annoying, but it also served as a form of discipline to temper myself against temptations. Over the next 2 years, I worked diligently on school and extracurricular activities. I bested everyone in MMA and decided to quit after that. There was no point in going anymore. I had the skills and knowledge and I could even beat my teacher. I even participated in a national tournament to satiate my thirst for the title of best in the under-15s, just like Leo. Flashback. Me, Luke and Diana made our way into the stadium where the competition was being held. I remember asking Luke to let me compete since I really wanted to, and since it was incredibly rare for him to see me wanting to do something, he immediately agreed. He was also curious to see my skill since I never showed it to anyone. Diana was the worried one. She didn't want me to get hurt and was constantly telling me to be careful. This was a competition between the top 256 competitors and would go down to the final 2 that decide the winner. The winner of last year and the defending champion was currently 14 and was his last year before he would have to move up a division. He had been defending his reign for 2 years already, which was incredible for someone so young. Everyone deemed him a genius. It only served to stimulate my excitement. After years of holding back my impulse to show off and restraining my increasing dragon characteristics, I finally got the chance to let off some steam. Drac warned me to not lose myself since I tend to get carried away. I took his advice seriously before registering myself and going to one of the many waiting rooms reserved for the competitors. When they saw a 9-year-old walk in, they laughed and said that I shouldn't be here. Even though there wasn't a minimum age requirement, you did have to prove that you were qualified to participate. All I did was show them my certificate over MMA mastery that had been reviewed by many different dojos, and the receptionist gasped in shock before letting me pass. Soon all the competitors were ushered into the center of the stadium grounds, where a stage was placed and a plump man with gray hair and a belly that threatened to rip his buttoned shirt open stood. He looked comical in his suit and I had a hard time not laughing. Welcome to the 50th annual MMA competition for the under-15 national championship title. We have some new faces, old faces, and most importantly the 2-time reigning champion George Pavel. Everyone give him a round of applause. He yelled as he pointed his fat hand towards the side of the stairs where a young boy with blonde hair walked up and shook hands with the announcer. Thank you for having me. I look forward to competing with others and defend my title, he said modestly. He didn't seem arrogant and had a gentle smile that tugged at his lips. His brown eyes scanned the other participants before making eye contact with me briefly. Interesting, I muttered as I stared at him without blinking. George, on the other hand, was astounded. It was very rare to see such young participants, but he was intrigued by the short, messy, black-haired youth with blue eyes staring back at him. The stare down didn't last long before George broke it and looked around again. I only grinned and directed my attention to the fat man again. The competition, like every year, will start with a knockout round. From the 256 initial participants, half will pass and half will fail. The fights will consist of 1 round of fighting, and whoever is caught or taps out loses. You will be informed of the rules further by the referee before each match. I wish you the best of luck, he said, smiling, and waddled off the stage with George right behind him. Me and the other participants made their way back to the waiting rooms and waited for the staff to set up the separate stages for the qualifiers. After we reach the top 16, there will only be one stage in the middle. Soon the staff had finished setting everything up and participants were called up one by one. There were 4 stages on the grounds to speed things up, but not too many so that it's hard to watch all of them. Participant after participant went on the stage. Some came back, some didn't, and soon it was my turn. My blood boiled as I heard the sound of music and drums that echoed the beat of my heart. My adrenaline spiked as I walked out of the tunnel and onto the stage before hearing the cheers of the crowd. It was oddly loud, and as I stared at my opponent and saw his grin, I sighed disappointedly. "Just some loser," I muttered under my breath, but for some reason he heard me and lost his top. "Who are you calling a loser, kid?" he said with a red face as he looked at the referee for the starting whistle. The referee looked at me and then at the other kid who looked to be about 13 and back at me. I knew that look, it was one of pity. I fucking hate that, another dumbass who looks down on me. I get it, my age, but fuck you honestly. I just looked at the referee coldly and waited for the signal to start. Seeing my shift in gaze, the referee was stunned before being awakened by the judge off to the side. He raised his hand and yelled "Start" and slashed his hand down. The older kid sprinted towards me at full force with a nasty grin on his face. I could only shake my head. "Another pig to the slaughter," I mumbled disinterestedly. As he ran towards me, he lowered his head and went for a tackle on my torso in an attempt to knock me to the ground and mount me for a ground and pound. I would work if I was an idiot who didn't know shit, but clearly, I wasn't. As I saw the idiot make the worst mistake you could possibly make in a fight, leaving your head exposed, all I did was slightly move to the left and wrap my right arm around his neck and into a guillotine choke. Then I wrapped my legs around his waist and leaned backwards. His momentum plus my weight didn't allow him to stand upright, and he smashed his face into the ground while I fell on my back. Still in the hold, all I did was squeeze tighter before I looked at the referee. The referee looked at what was happening and was shocked into a daze. Only after realizing that I was staring at him while choking out a kid did he realize what was happening. "You should get ready to call it. I estimate that he won't last more than another 5 seconds," I said emotionlessly. The referee was again shocked before seeing the kid with a purple face and veins popping on his neck. He soon passed out and he quickly called the result. Only then did I let go of the kid and walked off the stage and back into the waiting room without staying a moment longer. After I sat down on the seat in the waiting room with only half as many people as there was initially, I closed my eyes and recreated the battle just now. I analyzed what I did and what I could improve on. There seemed to be another way to do this which could lead to a better result. Simply move out of the way, sweep my leg under his and then go for the armbar. I didn't really care though, since the end result was the same. Completely one-sided. Diana in the stadium seats was shocked silly by what they saw me pull off. They looked at the replay on the screen since everything happened in the span of 10 seconds. "Honey, was Tom always such a monster?" Diana asked as she turned to see a calm Luke looking at the screen. "I don't expect anything less from the Pendragon family. They have bred another monster. No wonder everyone wanted them dead. They're just absurdly talented," he mumbled before looking towards Diana, who stared at him questioningly. "It seems he is not surprised though. He has Pendragon blood in him, remember?" he said as he looked at Diana. She remembered how strong Lance was physically and how good he was in a fight and nodded before looking back to the stage where others were fighting. As I sat there waiting silently for my next battle, I noticed that the room slowly got colder and emptier as time passed. The gray monotone walls, the boring black-colored carpet, and the lack of windows made the room solemn. The room that was once filled with nervous tension soon turned to one filled with eerie quietness and heaviness. This intensified the higher I climbed in the competition. In the next round for the top 128, my next opponent fell just as easily as the last, a question mark kick to the face, followed by a leg sweep and an armbar to finish it off. Top 64, the opponent was harder and it took a whole minute to beat him. I had to employ the use of fakes, leg kicks, and kicks to the ankle in order to topple him and limit his mobility. A spinning leg kick to the liver was all it took to end the fight. Top 32, I had to use a takedown and work on him from half mount to full mount to an arm triangle choke. The fight took much longer than I expect just because he was fast and agile on his feet, which stopped most of my takedown attempts. Soon I was once again waiting in the waiting room all alone. The stadium was removing the other stages and getting the main stage ready for the top 16. All 16 had their own little rooms to get mentally ready before the fight. This was my last fight for the day before I moved into the top 8. As I heard the fat guy talk and announce me, my blood began to pump faster than ever. Throughout my climb, I seemed to have gained fans since I heard more people cheer when I walked into fight, especially when I fought in the top 32 match. Now I will be announcing the dark horse of this competition, and one of the youngest members to ever make it this far at the age of 9. He paused dramatically to see the reaction of the crowd. His call was right since the audience began to whisper and talk before a cheer came out of their mouths. The announcer smiled at the reaction before he continued at just the right time. He has been dubbed a genius martial artist and a force to be reckoned with, not sustaining any hits throughout the length of the competition. His technique is innovative and refreshing to watch, and his brutal nature accentuates his fighting technique further. I present to you Tomb Knight, he yelled, the last part stretching my name just like Bruce Buffer would. As I walked into the arena, I was greeted by a massive wave of cheers and shouts from all directions as I made my way to the stage. Step by step I climbed the wooden steps and stood there silently as I set my gaze on the exit to which my next opponent would come out of. The announcer soon started to speak again. Next, as another new competitor and the younger brother of George Pavel, aged 12 this year. Like his brother, throughout the competition, he has been unbeaten and swiftly beat his opponents. Let us welcome Jeremy Pavel, he yelled again and copied how he introduced me. Jeremy soon walked out and appeared in my sight. He was taller than me, but not by much. He had brown hair and brown eyes. He made his way over to the stage with a thunderous audience that equaled mine. Jeremy soon stood opposite me, about 5 meters or so to be exact. We stared at each other for a little while before he smiled. So, you are the dark horse, Tom Knight, huh? You don't seem like much. Please forfeit. It is commendable of you to reach such a stage at such an early age, but the top 16 is no longer filled with amateurs and locals who think they are top shit. I suggest you quit while you ahead, or I cut him off before he could finish. Quit with the yapping, you remind me of my neighbor's dog. Talk the talk, walk the walk, I said dismissively and looked towards the referee for his action. Jeremy was red in the face and had a couple of his veins popped as he honed his eyes on the referee again. The referee, seeing that both competitors were ready, lifted his hand, mentioned the rules as he always does, and slashed his arm down. Start. Jeremy stood still and looked at me, waiting. He seemed to have somewhat calmed down. At least from what I could see, his face wasn't so red like before. With a slight chuckle, I sprinted towards him before going into a jump kick. Jeremy dodged it slightly before going for a head kick himself. I ducked and went for the single leg sweep since Jeremy still had his leg in the air. Jeremy was faced with limited options. He could only jump up to avoid the leg. I smiled at his actions. Like I said, a chess game. I got up quickly and went for a spin kick. He was an open target and couldn't move in midair. Jeremy was forced to take the hit and landed on the ground while grimacing in pain as he clutched his stomach. I laughed again as I stared at him. MMA is as much a mental game as it is a physical game, and getting into the head of your opponent is a key to winning. As seen in this example, Jeremy, from what I can deduce, has lived his life in the shadow of his brother, therefore, he hates losing so much more, and getting into his head by making him feel inferior is an easy ticket to victory. My theory proved to be right as the anger in his eyes intensified and he got up. He should have his mind clouded by anger right now, so it will be easy to manipulate him into a bad trade, a game-ending trade. As I went for a jab, I moved around and chucked in some leg kicks while goading his ego even more. He went for a kick to keep his distance, but instead of moving away, I caught it and tugged backwards, effectively losing his balance. Step 1 complete, opportunity revealed. Step 2. As he stumbled forward due to lack of footing, I clotheslined him by hooking my arm where his neck was. He fell backwards before landing on his back. Step 2 complete. Step 3. I mounted him and went on to ground and pound where he was forced into defense. He attempted a triangle choke when I went for a jab, which he successfully achieved. I stood my ground while leaning over with my arm in his grasp, and I attempted to lift him up. He was a lean kid with not much bulk, so it was possible, albeit difficult. I suddenly dropped him back onto the floor with much more force, which broke the hold. I quickly got a hold of his foot and proceeded to perform an ankle hold. Step 3 completed. Step 4. I twisted his ankle with no regard for whether I would break it or not. I started to hear a crack when he screamed and tapped instantly. The referee intervened immediately and stopped the fight. Jeremy clutched his foot in agony. "You fucker, how dare you hurt me this much, you son of a whore," he said in between wails. My anger rose to new heights as I took a step forward before I suddenly heard the voice of Dra. "Kid, you need to calm down. Your eyes have changed color again. Take a deep breath, look down, and walk away," he said quickly. I was startled and quickly took a deep breath. This was close. Luckily, I didn't get caught. As I took a final look at Jeremy, I saw his face turn pale white as he pointed at me, trying to say something before he passed out from the pain. I started to sweat, thinking he saw me. "Kid, relax. If he says anything, just say that he was hallucinating from the pain," he said as he came up with the strategy to cover for the accident. I walked back into the waiting room under the incessant cheers of the crowd. The same empty, cold room now encompassed me. "Dra, why does my eye color keep changing?" I asked him seriously. "Well, let's use one of your memories as an example. The character Nymphadora Tonks was a registered metamorph. In the movies, it shows that she is able to change her hair color based on her emotions. In your case, it's similar, but only in cases of extreme anger. It's understandable the fucker insulted your mother. If it was me, I would have killed him, but not only the police would get involved, but it's just a headache, and I don't want you killing anyone when you are still so young. It might affect you in a bad way," he said simply. "I see. So that's the reason. Can it be controlled? It's a big tell of my emotions as well as abnormal, and I don't wish to expose myself as a metamorph until I'm comfortable," I said while in deep thought. "Well, yes, it can be controlled. All you need to do is suppress your emotions, or at least be able to control them to an extreme. I think you can start learning Legimency. It will allow you to come to grips with your emotions. It will help you deal with those nightmares you've had every night since you were a baby. You can train in it by ridding your mind of all thoughts and emotions. Meditating helped in this already, as it had the same process. So you should learn quickly. Naturally, I will attempt to penetrate your mind with Legimency, and that will serve as your training," he said. I completely agreed with him. After all, not only would it allow me to control my emotions, but it would stop anyone from attempting to read or tamper with my memories. How long will it take for me to master this skill? It will take years to master, probably by the end of the second year or so. But by the time you enter Hogwarts, you will be able to tell if they are trying to read your memories or anything of the sort, and I'll step in to help you repel them. Good, for now. I think I'll head over to Luke and Diana and head to the hotel to sleep before the finals tomorrow. As I made my way out of the room and into the courtyard, I was soon swarmed by people who liked my fights. I have to say, I'm not afraid of much, but death by human stampede is something I fear deeply. Thankfully, the staff and the guards came to help out, and I soon located Luke and Diana, and we made our way safely to the car. On the road, we had a good chat. "Tom, how are you? Did you get hurt?" Diana asked with worry as she scanned me from the passenger seat up front. "I'm fine, thank you. No injuries to my knowledge," I said while moving my arms to show her that I was fine. "I never knew you were so good. You might win the whole thing, Tom. I'm rooting for you," said Diana with a smile before turning back to look out the window. "Tom, tomorrow is going to be a tough day. You have the top 8, top 4 and finally the fight for the championship all in one day. It is brutal. I was wondering why they don't space it out for one fight a say, but one of the staff said it was almost like a test in of itself. The one who wins is the one who exhibits control and knows how to be efficient with his or her moves. So try to pace yourself. Don't rely on your gating strategy since it might not work all the time," he said with a knowing smile. "Oh, so you caught that, huh?" I answered with surprise. I didn't think Luke was this observational. It was not hard. The poor kid had a purple face near the end and you were too far apart for it to be due to a hit, and you didn't kick him in the nuts, so the only option is emotional change. He analyzed before looking through the rearview mirror to see my face. "Touché," I said while nodding. We soon arrived at the hotel and Diana put a hat on my head so that I was not immediately recognized and made our way over to the room where we spent most of the day apart from leaving for dinner. At night me and Drac went over the fine details of my new Legimency training that I would do after I got back home. After settling that, I went to bed. The next day, we ate breakfast, chatted while we talked about trivial things on the news, then made our way to the stadium. I parted ways with the knights under their watch before I disappeared into the room assigned to me. They too made their way to the VIP section that is exclusive to the parents of the participants. The fights for the top 8 were difficult but manageable. Top 8 I versed a large boy which seemed to have much more strength and reach than me but slower speed. I simply waited for an opening and struck a kidney shot before kicking the inside of his knee and then a roundhouse kick to the head. Knockout. Top 4 was even more difficult and I finally got hit on the shoulder by a heavy kick. The good thing was that it didn't seem to be detrimental to the rest of the fight as I was able to win by submission. Soon the final fight came. I was once again sitting in the cold, solemn room with my eyes closed as I concentrated on clearing my mind of unnecessary thoughts. The announcer, as always, did a magnificent job at increasing the excitement. I found myself susceptible to it as I felt my blood boil as I waited for my name to be called out. And finally I emerged from the dark tunnel into the light, where the deafening sound of hundreds of thousands of cheers threatened to burst my eardrums. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, the final fight for this year's national championship. The winner will officially be recognized as the best martial artist under 15 until next year. So without further ado, let me introduce the contestants. In the left corner, the dark horse, the fighter no one saw coming, the little devil that no one has been able to handle. The one, the only, Tomb Knight. He yelled with excitement as he pointed at my corner. As I walked out of the dark corridor and into the arena where the deafening sound of hundreds if not thousands of cheers threatened to burst my eardrums, my blood began to surge as my feet moved forward. I grew in strength and confidence with each step I took towards the ring. When I finally reached it, I was ready to devour. In the right corner, we have the 2-time winner and current defending national champion, deemed to be strong enough to take on most adults, and is estimated to reach the UFC in a couple of years. Georgie Pavelil, the announcer once again shouted as he pointed towards the right corridor where a boy aged 14 walked out of with a big smile. The thing was, his eyes from the moment he emerged from the corridor never left mine. "Ooh, look at those eyes, aren't you scary?" I muttered as a predatory smile broke onto my face. The same smile emerged on George, who didn't back down. He soon reached the ring and jumped in before standing still 5 meters away from me. "Hey, it's Tom, right? When I saw you at the starting ceremony, I just knew I would be facing you. It's those eyes of yours, they're different from the rest. They are the eyes of a fighter," said George as he pointed at my eyes before pointing at his own. "Did you hear that, folks? George from the very beginning knew that Tom here was going to be in the final. What foresight, or should we attribute it to Tom's skills?" he announced to the crowd. The audience who heard George erupted into a cheer at both him and me. I could only smile at the announcer. What a funny guy. "You can call it whatever you want, my eyes, my arms, my brain, whatever. I will use them to defeat you. In the same manner I used to defeat the rest. You are but another stepping stone for me to fulfill my whim," I said before I looked towards the referee to start the match. The crowd was again shocked by what I said as some cheered, while I could also hear some reprimand me for being arrogant and looking down on the competition for calling it a whim of mine. I did not really care. After all, I had already won. I looked towards George, who had an unsightly appearance. It was for a different reason, though. You see, unlike his brother, who can't tolerate being looked down on, I realized that George wouldn't care for personal insults. And sure, I could insult his family, but I can't do that since that is crossing the line for me. So the only other thing I could attack that meant anything to him would be the competition itself. Someone like George idolizes the sport and takes great pride in his accomplishment. So by taking a shit on it, by insinuating that someone like me could do it for the fun of it, diminished his accomplishments. How could someone with such a big ego from constant winning take that lying down? And it worked just like I needed it to. It also helped that this fat bastard fanned the flames. Did you hear that, folks? Tom only entered on a whim. It seems he looks down on the competition itself, he said, trying to goad the crowd. It worked since some of them began to get mad. George's face got more unsightly by the second. Before he could realize what was happening, I needed to start the bloody fight. Ref, hurry up and start already," I urged. The referee snapped out of it and came over, explained the rules and lifted his arm before slashing downwards. "Begin." Me and George kept the same distance as we circled the stage. This kept on going for the next 20 seconds before I got bored and decided to initiate. Sure, the person that starts is usually at a disadvantage, but I'm really bored of this circling. "It seems that young Tom has decided to initiate the battle," the announcer said as the crowd began to cheer. I made my way over to him and began to jab at his face, mixing in with some fakes to the body before returning to the face in an attempt to lower his hands. It didn't work very well, but I did land some shots on his face a couple of times. Finally, I distanced myself and let him come to me. And that's exactly what he did. He seemed to be calmer than before, but still sported an angry look with furrowed brows. I knew that he would soon calm down completely and that I would lose my edge, so I began to taunt him as I dodged his leg kicks, parried his jabs and traded a couple of hooks to the body each. Seeing me dodge and talk trash made him angrier. His inability to hit me squarely started to land blows on his patience as he began to get more reckless slowly. Then, just as I would make my move, he suddenly does a spinning heel kick that lands on my jaw. I was instantly dropped to the ground. My head was spinning, and my jaw felt like it was going to drop off from the hit. I tried to lift myself but couldn't. My feet weren't listening to me at all. Seeing that his attack hit, George instantly appeared beside me as I still attempted to get up and pulled me into a guillotine choke. As his forearm pushed against my throat, I felt myself running out of breath. My vision was getting blurry, and my limbs were growing weaker. Is this really the end? All that confidence? Was I the one falling into a trap? A trap of false confidence? As I recalled George's sudden smile as he performed the spinning heel kick, I realized that he was acting all along. I really was the one who fell into a trap. You damn monkey, you dare. As my anger surged, my strength came back to me, and I felt a surge of heat as if fire was surging in my veins as my body heat started to rise. My vision turned completely red for an instant before it returned to normal. The amount of power I felt at this moment was enormous. I lifted my left arm and wrapped it around the back of George's head before I pulled him into a guillotine choke as well. George tried to resist, but it was impossible. He was shocked and alarmed at my strength as I felt him resist furiously. In my current state, I felt rage, power, and confidence even greater than before. I spun around and we both fell on our back. I got up as if I never got hurt and immediately went into the full mount position. The ground and pound game started, and with the amount of strength I felt, his resistance proved to be the same as paper trying to stop a hammer mid-swing. My arms pulled him away from his face before I elbowed him at full force. His face was bloody, but his eyes were locked on mine as if he saw a ghost. I soon realized what was happening and knew that I had to hit him so hard he would forget the last 10 mins or I would be in deep shit. But just as I was about to act, my strength faded as if it was all a dream. It left just as fast as it came. Finally, I pulled one of George's arms and performed an arm triangle choke with the last ounce of strength. He struggled furiously to no avail. The choke was done to perfection. Even when my strength was waning, the position was perfect. I had my body off the side to prevent his arm from leaving his neck and squeezed. I screamed in an attempt to increase the pressure before I was suddenly pulled away from George by the referee. I didn't even know what happened, but not even 10 seconds later, I fainted on the spot. By the time I opened my eyes, I found myself in my bed. As I got up, I tried to recall what happened and to no avail. Drac, what happened? I asked as I tried to get up from the bed but couldn't due to the pain. Kid, you never cease to amaze me. You actually used the very basic skill of a dragon wielder subconsciously due to your anger. It seems that being put under so much pressure due to almost losing allowed you to somehow tap into this ability, he said. In his voice, I could hear traces of amazement and curiosity. Why do I feel so much pain then? It's not like he hurt me so badly. If anything, my jaw should hurt, which it does, I said confusedly. I soon got my response. It's because of tapping into my magic power to boost your bodily strength. Your body as of now can't handle the load, and that's why you can't move right now. This is one of the many abilities the seal allows you to use. Like I said, I'm amazed at how you managed to unlock it so early, but I will not allow you to use it again until you are ready for it. I see. How much magic did I use, and what's the maximum I could use if my body could handle it? I followed up. Well, in the fight you used so little that you could say you didn't even use any. This stage is the first stage. It's called Dragon's Might. It allows the wizard to use my magic to increase their strength for extended periods of time or use more of it for sudden bursts. The second stage is called Dragon Partial Transformation. In this stage, you will be able to change part of your body to take the properties of my body. Meaning that when you first reach this stage, you will only be able to, at most, change one of your hands into a miniature version of my front claw. Then the arm, then both arms, then both legs, then a tail, then wings, and finally a helmet. That is the second stage. You can call it a suit since it's pretty much my body covering you in a suit of black armor. I will tell you more about it in detail when you reach this stage. You have a few years before you get there though. The last stage is called Dragon's Descent, which simply means you turn into a dragon perfectly resembling me, and the size will increase according to the amount of magic you have, its quality, your mental fortitude, and finally your physical strength. The better all of these are, the bigger you will be and the more of my power you will exhibit. Like I said, it's something for the future, he stated. All of this was incredible and it shocked me. The amount of power I felt was almost twice mine, and that was still the most basic version of the first stage. It finally dawned on me why my ancestor did what he did, but I also understand why my family was hunted, not only because of Liam's betrayal to fellow wizards but to also eradicate something so dangerous when they figured out they couldn't do what my family did. As I was thinking about all of this, Luke and Diana walked in to check on me. They stayed in my room for a while and we chatted about the competition. They said that the trophy would be sent to my house since I was in no condition to move there, for participation in the closing ceremony was not possible. Not that I cared, I won and I now got my wish to be the best, just like Leo in my last life. As night came along, Diana came in and fed me my dinner since I still couldn't move, and went to bed. Me and Drac, on the other hand, started to practice occlumency since there wasn't anything else to do. He used Legimency to try and penetrate my mind, and I needed to protect against it by emptying my mind of thoughts and emotions. I found out I had little talent for this since the newly sprouting dragon characteristics made it hard to empty my mind. It seemed I would need to spend a lot of time compared to most. Well, all I had was time. End of flashback. The day soon went by, and as I drifted off to sleep, a year soon went by. I had turned 10 this year and I was already pretty tall compared to the other kids, about 1.5 meters tall. As I looked at myself in the mirror, I couldn't help but praise my family genetics. My mother was beautiful and my father was very handsome, so naturally, I turned out pretty well. The issue I was now worried about is what last name will appear in the Hogwarts letter of admission. Drac said that all I had to do was accept the fact that I was a knight and accept it as my last name, which was difficult for me since I didn't want to. He said that he had another way, but it would be risky. It was a spell that would trick the quill of acceptance and the book of admissions into writing the name he wanted. It was tricky because we had no way to verify if it worked or not, so as a backup I tried to come to terms with my last name and see what happens. Every day I would go to school on weekdays, run in the afternoon, shower, do homework, practice theoretical magic, and memorize the wand movements for charms such as Wingardium Leviosa, Alohomora. Only normal Bombarda, since Bombarda Maxima was too much for now, cleaning charms, Confundus, and others. Even though I didn't have a wand, I got a stick similar to a wand to practice the movements for the charms. Spells would wait for not until I had all the relevant charms down. As I was walking down the street, a truck came around the bend and couldn't brake in time. When I turned my head to look at what was happening, I was stunned. No. Fuck no. Not again, you piece of shit truck. Not 2 lives in a row. I yelled as I thought about what to do. I had no time at all. The truck was already near my face. All I could do was put my hands in front of me. I closed my eyes and the only thing I felt was a slight heat. After a couple of seconds, I opened them to see a scene I didn't expect. I thought I would die again, but instead, all I saw was a melted truck and a half-melted body inside. For some reason, I didn't feel anything before I heard the voice of Drac. Relax, I'm here, remember, I used a bit of my power to stop the truck before it got to you. The reason you don't feel anything is that I'm tricking your mind into thinking no one's inside. Like I said, it's too early for you to kill. Now run away from here before trouble comes, he said hurriedly. I snapped out of my daze from staring at the disappearing armor on my hands and ran with all my might in the other direction. Fucking trucks, I swear I will discontinue production when I get into power. Fuck, that's almost twice, I said indignantly as I turned my head to look at the truck. But I was surprised. The truck was gone and instead, a man was there who turned around to meet my gaze before chasing after me. Fuck, just my luck. Drac, what do we do? Run? Hide? Or confront? I asked while panting from running so hard. Well, try to run for now, maybe he'll give up. I highly doubt you're in danger, and if he catches you we will decide based on his actions. I still have a couple of trump cards after all, he said confidently. Hearing him, I calmed down and continued to run before running through the houses, backyards, over fences, and finally under a bridge and into a tunnel. Just when I stopped thinking I was safe, I heard Drac again. Behind you, he's here. Relax, I don't sense killing intent from him, he said, sensing my panic. Fast boy, aren't you, little kid? He said as I turned around. Evidently not fast enough, I rebutted as I stared at the man with short black hair, a long black coat. Fast boy, aren't you, little kid? He said as I turned around. Evidently not fast enough, I rebutted as I stared at the man with short black hair, a long black coat, and a standard black suit underneath. I calmed down as I peered upwards to meet the man's gaze. There seemed to be a hint of surprise on his face, probably due to the way I responded. I soon heard him laugh out. Haha, kid, you're quite the eccentric one, aren't you? Aren't you afraid of what a stranger might do, especially one that has been following you? He asked with a curious face. I shrugged my shoulders before pointing at the rocks scattered on the ground between us, at the pipe 2 meters behind me, then at the coat he was wearing, and finally, I waved my hands pointing at the narrow tunnel we were in. I started to explain as I saw him getting confused. It's simple really. I can position myself in such a way so that you will step on the rocks. This will have a high chance of making you lose your balance. An opportunity for me to strike will appear as a result. Second, the pipe behind me can be used for self-defense if needed when backing away from you. Third, your coat can be used to make clinches and throws as well as being used for chokes. I'm smaller and more agile than you in this enclosed space, boosting my mobility while restricting yours. I have a 70% chance of beating you to a pulp, so you can go ahead and try. Naturally, I doubt you would only rely on your physical prowess since you can make a truck disappear. Well, whatever was left of the truck anyway. You must naturally have a trump card or several. I analyzed calmly before looking back at his now dazed face. Maybe I went overboard. Should I have acted like a child and pretended to be ignorant? No. He saw me looking before. There is no point acting ignorantly. But maybe I should have held back on my analysis. I forget I'm currently a 10-year-old boy. The man looked at me deeply before bursting into a hearty laugh. You are a genius. Fascinating how you analyzed your surroundings and already found 3 different ways to increase your odds of victory. Very impressive if I say so myself. About the vanishing truck, that was so that there is no unnecessary trouble. The magic you used seems to be special, but I don't know what it is, he said with a thoughtful look as he looked at me. He's trying to gauge my reaction again. This time let's dumb it down a bit. I feigned shock before changing to surprise and finally to glee. It was all written on my face as I shouted in joy. Wah! That was magic, mister. Are you a con artist? My mother says to never believe strangers, I said righteously as I pretended to be wary and back away a step or 2. The man seemed amused at my expression and seemed to buy it, at least for now anyway. Yes, that was magic. And to do it wandless and even melt a truck is incredible for your age. You will probably get a letter from Hogwarts, he said, still looking at me. I put on a thoughtful look before shaking my head cluelessly and asking the obvious question. What's Hogwarts, mister? He smiled at my question and began to explain what Hogwarts was. Naturally, I barely paid attention and just feigned surprise and shock, sometimes glee, and finally, I pretend to be ecstatic. Mister, you're telling me that I can go there? I asked, still keeping up my facade. It was getting boring. I just wanted to get out of here and go home. I still have more training to do. The man didn't seem to perceive my thoughts and just nodded. His face then became serious. For now, that is all you need to know. I'm what's called an Auror. It's like the police, but for magic, and since you did that to the truck, usually you would be fined or worse for using magic outside of school, something you will learn about later. But since you are young and you didn't mean to, I will ignore it for now. But Never use magic when people are around the street or you will not be let off this easily again, understood? He asked firmly. I nodded seriously. Okay, so where do you live? He asked. Once I told him the address, he nodded with satisfaction and got closer to me and stretched out a hand. Hold on to my hand, I'll send you home right away, he said. I looked at his hand and knew I was going to apparate. Fuck, this is going to feel so bad, I thought before begrudgingly holding his hand. He seemed to ignore my facial expression, and as soon as I touched his hand I felt my innards being rearranged. It felt like I was chucked into a washing machine. Don't ask me why I know what that feels like. In an instant, I felt solid ground again. It took me a while to regain my vision as my dizziness was astounding. I think I vomited on the neighbor's cat by accident. I could hear that fucker laughing at me while I puked my stomach out. He walked towards me, patted me with his wand, and instantly felt better. Seems to be some kind of spell. Off you go, back inside, see you later. He waved and turned around. As soon as he did, he disappeared. Man, I want to learn that spell, but fuck this feeling. I walked inside and saw my face in the mirror. I was as pale as a white sheet of paper. Damn, how pitiful. I walked upstairs unsteadily, almost falling a couple of times before making it to my room by some stroke of luck. I tried contacting Drac, but he wasn't responding. I got worried, but I couldn't do anything, so I sat down and practiced Legimency again before doing my physical exercise when I felt better. After that, I had dinner and went to sleep. For the following 3 months I couldn't contact Drac, and I was seriously panicking. In an attempt to get my mind off of it, I practiced the charms that I had learned and could now do wandless. Sadly, as of now, I could only do Wingardium Leviosa and the clean spell. All others would require me to use a wand, which I still didn't have. As I practiced levitating the bricks in the backyard, I could sustain 4 at one time. Luke came in and stood at the corner observing my training. He had found me doing this when I first started half a year ago. I soon got up and walked towards Luke, who told me dinner was ready. When it was getting late, I found myself on top of my bed thinking about what could have happened to Drac. Just when I was mulling it over for the 1 billionth time, I heard the oh-so-very familiar voice. "Miss me, kid?" he asked with a teasing tone. I was in no mood to entertain his games and spoke seriously. "Drac, what happened? Why wasn't I able to contact you? Are you okay?" I bombarded him with questions. "Relax, kid, I just needed a nap, that's all. What did you expect? I had to push myself in order to protect you from that truck," he said scoldingly. I finally understood. Was that the second stage dragon partial transformation? I asked in awe as I remembered the armor that covered my arm. The edges looked like blades and it was covered in spikes and flames. Yes, but since your body would collapse on itself, I had to use a lot of my energy in order to circumvent that issue. Long story short, you're safe, that's all that matters, he said warmly. The relief in his voice was evident. I cursed my weakness, and I also cursed that fucking truck piece of shit. Goddamn, 2 worlds in a row. If it wasn't for Drac, I would probably be on my way to my next life. Relax, kid, I'm fine. Like I said, all I needed was sleep. I have seen the memories of what happened in the tunnel. You went a bit overboard with your explanation, but it all turned out well. For now, training will increase. Weights will be added to your workouts. You will be doubling your running distance, and finally we will be increasing your amount of spell, charm, and Legimency training, he said sadistically. I knew he got a good kick out of seeing me struggle to complete his training. Fuck's sake. Every day after that I struggled and struggled, but I grew stronger, smarter, and more knowledgeable. Soon another 7 months passed by. Rays of light shined on my face through the cracks in the slightly parted curtains. They shined with a red luster as they mixed with the shine of the morning sun, effectively lighting my room up in a natural glow. I woke up to the sounds of birds tapping away at my window and the smell of freshly brewed coffee that wafted through the cracks underneath my door. As I sat up, my feet touched the cold wooden floor. As I got changed, the sound of Diana's humming could be faintly heard from the kitchen. This was a special day for me and the Knights. That is because it was the day that I turned 11 and the day that I got my acceptance letter. I lifted my head up from the bathroom sink to see the face of a young boy with wet black hair, bright blue eyes, and a slightly taller than average height. I was 1.56 meters tall this year, and I had constantly been growing for the past couple of months. I was happy about it honestly, since I don't like being small. I dried my hair with a towel, got changed into a comfortable oversized hoodie, trackies, and some slippers before walking downstairs. After turning the corner, I was greeted by Diana with a kiss on the cheek before heading to the kitchen table where Luke, like every morning, was reading the daily newspaper. "Anything interesting today?" I asked Luke as usual while sipping on my coffee Diana had just placed on the table. "No, nothing out of the normal, just some thefts, accidents on the road, and politics as usual." "Man, I hate politics," he said while shaking his head and putting his newspaper down and taking a sip of his tea. I agreed with what Luke said. I hated politics as well, never really wanted to be a part of it, but I would have to be in the future as part of our plan. Shaking my head dejectedly while thinking about this, I was soon brought out of it by the sound of a letter slipping through the crack beneath the door. I jumped to my feet almost instantly and ran to the door. Diana and Luke both laughed at my eagerness. I picked up the letter only to see that it was just the bills for the month. "Fuck," I muttered under my breath before heading back to the table and handing the letter over to Luke. I saw that his face held a surprised expression, but as he read, he looked up at me and laughed his head off. "Ha, Tom, bad luck next for sure," he said reassuringly. I only nodded my head indignantly for a while as I continued to sip on my coffee silently. I heard the same sound from the door and ran again, only to pick up some advertisement for the new person running for Prime Minister of England. I cursed again silently before handing it to Diana, who also laughed as she looked at my sunken expression with pity. When the sound came again 10 minutes later, I didn't even bother to go and left it to Diana as I watched TV. Diana only shook her head seeing my reaction, but what do I care? It's probably something stupid again. Sadly, it wasn't. Sometimes I wonder if someone is toying around with me. As Diana came back with a letter, I turned my head to look at it for a moment before jumping up in surprise and indignation. "Why the fuck is it that the time I don't go it appears?" I questioned myself, only to hear Drax's snarky remark. "Because your luck is trash, kid," he said with a hearty laugh. My mood was foul, but it was much better when Diana handed me the letter and sat down next to Luke, who was staring at the letter expectantly. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sork. CHF. Warlock. Supreme Mugwump, International Conft. Of Wizards. Dear Mr. Knight, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on 1 September. We await your owl by no later than 31 July. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. After that page, there was another that had a list of all the books, materials, uniforms needed, equipment, and so on. Luke and Diana had warm smiles on their faces as I looked up at them with a smile of my own. Before I could say anything, we heard a knock. Luke got up and walked towards the door. I soon hear the sound of the door opening, a woman's voice, the door closing, and an extra set of footsteps behind Luke's coming into the kitchen. I soon got a look at who it was and was surprised to see Professor McGonagall herself. I didn't think it would be her of all people after all, but thinking about how some teachers would come to represent the school, it didn't seem that surprising anymore. As Professor McGonagall looked around, she soon locked onto me and the letter in my hands. Then looked towards Luke and Diana, who had a calm smile on their faces. "I see. You do not seem surprised by the fact that the child is a wizard," she commented. "Nope, Tom here has been using magic rather proficiently from a young age, so it doesn't come as a surprise. Plus I'm a squib, so I know about the magical world," he said calmly before looking at me. I was surprised by this. I didn't know he was a squib. It must have slipped my mind, since he never did seem surprised about magic apart from when I first used it at the age of 3 to somehow levitate a book, but I couldn't do it later on. I'll need to ask Drac or Luke himself about his history with my father, I thought before looking towards Professor McGonagall. "Well, that makes it more convenient for me. Would you like to send your child to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry?" she asked. Luke and Diana looked at each other and then at me before nodding almost 5 seconds later. Professor McGonagall was content with the answer as a smile appeared on her face. "Very well, I would like to take the child to buy the necessary items for the beginning of the school year in September. Is that permissible?" she asked warmly. Luke and Diana soon nodded again. Professor McGonagall turned to me once again. "I'm glad to welcome you to our school, Mr. Knight. Now, come with me, we'll be going to get your items," she said as she walked to the door. I turned to Luke and Diana, gave them a hug, and walked out the door to see Professor McGonagall standing on the driveway. She extended out her right hand. "Grab on, Mr. Knight. You might feel discomfort for a little while, but bear with it," she said. I sighed again as I remembered the feeling of apparition before taking her hand. In an instant my vision went black and then returned to normal, but we were in an alley to the side of a Charing Cross road this time. I let go of her hand and looked around. I was much more composed than the last time. I still had my discomfort, but it was bearable. Professor McGonagall nodded her head in praise as she looked at my semi-composed look. We soon walked out of the alley and into the street, where muggles came and went, each minding their own business. Walking down the street, we saw a rundown pub that was ignored by every muggle that walked by. The Leaky Cauldron was nestled between a muggle bookshop and a record store. Making our way over, the sign that was originally black and empty seemed to come to life as an image of a cauldron appeared. For a famous place, it was very dark and shabby. A few old women were sitting in a corner, drinking tiny glasses of sherry. One of them was smoking a long pipe. A little man in a top hat was talking to the old barman, who was quite bald and looked like a gummy walnut. Professor McGonagall and I made our way through to a small walled-off yard out back where a few sunken bricks were visible. I had seen this scene in the Harry Potter movie, so I knew what came next. Professor McGonagall tapped on certain bricks in a specific order, and soon the bricks began to move to the left and right respectively. In a little while, they solidified again to form a doorway of sorts, and through it, a new world appeared. A burst of color and a cacophony of noises burst into my ears. Colorful buildings of different shapes and sizes came into view. Witches and wizards walked around, rushing to do their own thing in interesting attires of varying colors and sizes. As I looked around while following behind Professor McGonagall, I noticed shops selling robes, shops selling telescopes and strange silver instruments I had never seen before, windows stacked with barrels of bat spleens and eel's eyes, tottering piles of spell books, quills, and rolls of parchment, potion bottles. It was all there. Almost anything I could think of would be found here or in Nocturne Alley. Professor McGonagall and I walked towards a more densely populated area where an imposing snow-white multi-storied marble building located partway down Diagon Alley, near its intersection with Nocturne Alley, that towers over the neighboring shops. It is the place where British witches and wizards store their money and other valuables, in heavily guarded vaults miles below ground. Along the way, though, I found kids similar in age to myself coming in and out of shops carrying different things. It was all fascinating stuff. Such a vibrant place full of life was much more pleasant than the Muggle world. Not that there weren't places like this, there was, such as NYC and Tokyo, and I would make an effort to visit them, but this magical place was, for now, a lovely sight to behold. Soon we arrived at the entrance of the Gringotts Bank, where I would need to exchange the money Luke and Diana had given me for galleons, sickles, and nuts. Well, that was what Professor McGonagall informed me of anyway. A set of white stairs led up to a set of burnished bronze doors that blocked people from seeing the inside of Gringotts. Through these doors was a vast marble hall with long counters stretching along its length, with doors leading off to the vault passageways with around 100 goblins sitting at them. As we walked in, we made our way over to the nearest vacant counter, where a small goblin sat high on his chair. Maybe they're doing this to compensate for being tiny, I asked myself before hearing the hoarse voice of the goblin. "What may I help you with?" he asked as he stretched over and peered down at me. "May I convert pounds into gallons, please?" I asked courteously. I really didn't want to piss off these midgets. "You sure can. Hand over the money," he said with a greedy look. "Do they love gold so much? Look how fast his character changed, tch. I hand him the bills that were bound together by rubber bands. The goblin hurriedly took the money, counted it, then disappeared from view. Soon he came back with a small pouch that held 100 galleons in it. It pretty much cost £500. I wondered how much my family had in the bank. After all, it was protected by a Hungarian horntail and was even deeper than the less strange families. Drac told me about it. He said that our family bank is so secret that only the head of the bank will know where it is. He also said if someone who isn't a dragon wielder tries to get in, the vault will not let them in and incinerate the space instead. I was shocked stiff by the brutality of my family, but I can also understand it. There must be an enormous amount of wealth gathered through the generations, and to make sure no one stole it, such precautions were needed. As he handed me the pouch and told me how much it was traded for, I once again looked at the bag in confusion. Since when could a tiny bag like this hold so much money? Or was it that galleons were small? I questioned myself. On our way out, Professor McGonagall saw my confused face and chuckled before telling me about what it actually was. "Mr. Knight, you see, this is a bag that has an expansion charm. They are very common," she said with a smile. "Oh," I exclaimed in realization. "So it's like that endless bag that Hermione had in the movies." Thinking about Hermione, I wondered what she was up to. Who am I kidding? She's probably reading some book somewhere. As I walked out of Gringotts with Professor McGonagall, we made our way to the different shops. I didn't really like the whole massive trunk you have to lug around like an idiot all day. I don't understand why they buy it when you can simply get a small bag with an expansion charm. But I soon got my answer. It was because they cost a fortune. Especially the ones that took up little space but had a lot of room inside. I was forced to buy that stupid trunk, but I promised myself to get that expensive item at some point when I can access the family vault. I did, however, buy a cheaper one that could fit all my books and other school utensils I bought. It was a small backpack that looked flat and light to carry around, perfect for walking around the school with. After that, we went to Madame Malkin's Robes for All Occasions, where I needed to get some clothing made. I bought the uniform in gray since it was mandatory, as well as a raincoat, sets of ordinary robes, dragonhide gloves, and small other things. Madame Malkin mumbled something before ushering me on top of a stool, where she took all kinds of measurements from leg length to arm length to neck circumference, everything really. After about an hour she was done, and I had everything packed and stored in my backpack for now. We went to get my wand next, and naturally, there was no better option than Ollivander's. Professor McGonagall decided to go to walk around and wait for me to get my wand before going to get my pet. As I looked forward, I saw peeling gold letters over the door of the shop read, Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. The shop's display consisted of a solitary wand laying on a faded purple cushion in the dusty window. The shop was tiny, empty except for a single, spindly chair in the corner. Thousands of narrow boxes containing wands were piled right up to the ceiling of the tiny shop, and the whole place had a thin layer of dust about it. Opening the shop door, the sound of a bell rung out in the seemingly empty shop and echoed for a while. As I walked around, I couldn't help but sneeze due to the large amounts of dust everywhere. "Would it kill you to clean the place?" I muttered as I continued to look around. "And if I said it would? What would you do about it?" A raspy old voice came from behind me, making my hair stand up on end. I felt a chill down my back before I made a half turn and performed a side kick out of reflex. By the time I realized that I might have hit Ollivanders, a tap came from my shoulder. "That's not a very nice way to greet the person that will give you your wand, sir," he said, stretching out the last part, waiting for me to give him my name. "Knight, Thomas Knight. And I could say the same thing about you, Mr. Ollivander. Is that any way to treat your guests?" I asked back sharply. "You are quite the interesting fellow, Mr. Knight," said Ollivander as he moved away from me and made his way behind the counter. "That is up to the perspective of the individual," I answered dismissively before patting the accumulating dust off of my shoulder. Yes, quite true indeed, very well put." He nodded in praise. "So, you are here for your new wand, I assume?" he asked. "That is correct," I answered succinctly while making eye contact with the old man. "How did this bag of bones dodge my kick?" I wondered before being interrupted by Ollivander. "Well, Mr. Knight, which one is your dominant hand?" he asked while taking out a tape measure, rulers and other stuff meant for measuring. "My right hand," I answered. He nodded and stayed silent for a little while before proceeding to take measurements of my height, arm length, the circumference of my head, length of my legs and torso, etc. He soon finished, packed up his equipment and looked at the piece of parchment in front of him that had all the measurements he took, before disappearing into the dozen shelves holding hundreds of wands. He would pop out like a whack-a-mole every now and then, making me jump before disappearing again. Finally, he came back with over a dozen wands. By now I had pulled a chair over and sat down since I couldn't be bothered to stand there. He delicately placed the wands down on the counter before taking off the lid and presenting them to me. I had stood up by now and made my way over. They were of different colors, from black to red to even white in color. As the old man went to give me the first wand, he stared at me expectantly. "Well, go on, they're not for decoration," he said in annoyance. I flicked the wand in my hand. A massive flame came out of it. No, that's not the one. Put it back before you burn my shop, kid," he said hurriedly. I placed the wand back and continued to test them. Some melted the floor, some burned the furniture, some flooded the floor of the shop, and one of them even made several dozen wands still in the shelves fly out and onto the floor, making a mess. I could only look at the old man apologetically as he stared daggers at me while he picked up the wand boxes on the floor. "Kid, what is it with you? I've tried 30 different wands and still nothing," he said exasperatedly. I could only smile stiffly. Ollivander stood there contemplating something seriously for a while before looking at me for a good minute in silence. The room by now was a mess, but it was eerie quiet as the stalemate continued. He soon snapped his fingers. "Aha! I got it, you evil bugger," he said while looking at me, but it was as if he wasn't talking to me. He disappeared and came back a little while later holding a long box with a dark color. He placed it on the counter and looked at me again, signaling me to come forward. He opened the box and a black wand appeared. It had a silver lining that made it a subtle but handsome wand. As I picked up the wand, it glowed with a dark light before an intense aura surrounded me and the wand and sent up a massive gale within the store. After a while, the wind died down and a disheveled, wrinkled Ollivander walked towards me with a sullen look. "You are a very annoying brat, you know that. Look at what you have done to my shop," he said furiously as he pointed everywhere. It indeed was a mess, nothing was left intact. But soon a curious expression rose on his face as I stared at him cluelessly. "Very interesting nonetheless, Mr. Knight. That the wand that chose you was a yew-wood wand with a dragon heartstring is surprising. Yew wands are among the rare kind, and their ideal match is likewise unusual and occasionally notorious. The wand of yew are reputed to endow its possessor with the power of life and death, which might, of course, be said of all wands, and yet yew retained a particularly dark and fearsome reputation in the spheres of dueling and all curses. For you to be chosen by such a wand makes me wonder if it's a good thing or a bad thing. It has yet to be decided. I'm interested to see what you will accomplish with this wand, Mr. Knight. I'm sure you will be an accomplished wizard nonetheless," he said hoarsely and turned around to fix his destroyed shop. As I listened to the old man, I was surprised to be recognized by such an unusual wand. I didn't think much about the whole dark and notorious thing since my path would not be a clean one to begin with. If my memories serve me right, Tom Riddle, Aka Voldemort, had a yew wand with a phoenix feather. Interesting. As I stared at the 13.5 inches somewhat flexible wand, I was engrossed in its design. After what seemed to be ages, I slotted it back into the sheath that came with it and put it away. I walked out of the shop accompanied by the same bell sound before, seeing an annoyed Professor McGonagall staring at me reproachfully. "Mr. Knight, what took you so long? It's been an hour," she said before pointing at her watch. "Sorry, Professor. Mr. Ollivander and I found it difficult to find a wand that suited me," I told her with a stiff smile. It seemed to be stuck on my face since one accident came after another. "Very well, let's go get your pet. Do you have an idea of which one you would like?" she questioned as we walked down the still busy street flooded with the sounds of people's voices. "I do. I was thinking about getting an owl. I don't really like anything else. I was thinking about getting a cat, but they're just a nuisance for school, so I decided against it," I answered before I realized what I had said. Professor McGonagall stopped abruptly and turned around to look at me for a second before once again walking off towards the pet shop. I completely forgot that Professor McGonagall's animagus form is a cat. Fuck me. She is totally going to hold a grudge, I thought before following behind her silently. As we made our way to the destination, we arrived at a shop that sold owls and various other things needed for the care of owls, like owl treats. It sold a variety of breeds, including Screech, Barn, Tawny, Brown, and Snowy. We walked into the place and was greeted by an old woman dressed in puffy clothes with the occasional feather stuck to her jacket. She had white hair and a thick pair of glasses that made me wonder if she could even see at all without them. I looked around the place and sifted through the variety of owls inside. I didn't really find one that I liked when a shadow flashed by and I felt a sudden extra weight on my left shoulder. I was caught off guard and made sure to make no sudden movements. I slowly turned my head to see a big gray eastern eagle owl perched on my shoulder with its big orange eyes staring at me curiously. I turned to the old lady, and when she saw the owl on my shoulder, a surprised expression surfaced on her face. "I didn't think this big girl would ever find an owner," said the old lady as she made her way towards me. She stretched out her hand and caressed the side of the owl's face before retracting it. She turned to look at me with curiosity. "This one right here has a foul temper when it comes to strangers and usually stays away from others. I wonder what's so special about you that she would fly towards you?" she questioned. I only shook my head, showing that I had no idea. I turned my head towards the owl again and stretched my hand upwards in an attempt to pat the owl's head. The old lady seemed to be intrigued by the outcome and looked on expectantly. The owl looked at my rising hand and then at me before leaning in towards my hand. The old lady was surprised by the owl's actions and looked at me with even more curiosity. It made me uncomfortable, but I needed to tolerate it for now. I looked at the owl and then at the lady. "I'll be taking this one with me, please," I said while walking to the counter with the owl still on my shoulder. I picked up one of the treats used to feed the owls and handed it to the owl, which took it happily and nuzzled my cheek. The old lady made her way to the counter as well and finished all the procedures before handing me a cage and 6 big bags of treats, which I put into the backpack with the expansion charm. When I tried to usher the owl into the cage, it didn't want to and shrieked before landing on my shoulder again. "Listen, I need to leave and go back home soon. Can you please go in the cage? I will let you out very soon," I said, trying to convince the bird. After much struggle, it begrudgingly went into the cage and we continued to get all the necessary things for school. We went and got everything else that was mentioned in the letter before finally finishing everything. Professor McGonagall and I soon walked out of the leaky cauldron and back into the alley from where we arrived and apparated back to my house. I managed it better this time and barely felt sick. I was still a bit wobbly on my feet, but I soon felt better. We arrived at my door and I heard the sound of the professor's voice. "That is all. I will be seeing you at school, Mr. Knight. Remember to send your owl with the official letter agreeing to attend Hogwarts," she said before handing me a train ticket. It had the classic King's Cross Station platform 9 and 3/4 on it and a date for the 1st of September. She didn't say anything else and left. If I was like Potter and didn't have a clue about anything, I would be fucked. Is it so hard to just give me some instruction? I'm even suspicious of the circumstances to which Potter met the Weasleys. I suspect that Dumbledore had a hand in the chance encounter, since Molly Weasley probably knew Dumbledore. Since the old man heard the prophecy pertaining to Lord Voldemort, he must be setting up for this year and the ones to come. Having Molly, the sister of 2X Order of the Phoenix members, help Harry seems convenient to me. Having our dear little Harry meet a nice family which just so happens to have all their children in the Gryffindor house also seems suspect. Percy should be the prefect this year and Ron is our age, and then there are the Weasley twins. He will be surrounded by good people. Funny old man if you ask me. I don't hate him or dislike him. I would even like to share a cup of tea while we share our schemes. Naturally, I will not ruin his plans to manipulate and test Harry as long as they don't impact me or my plans. It was currently the 2nd of March and the day after my birthday. I received my gifts from the knights and it was the usual clothing and so on. I was more of a suit person, to be honest. There was something alluring about a 3-piece suit. But it would look very weird on a child, so for now, I think I'll resist my temptation. I spent most of my time training doing small spells with my wand under the instruction of Drac. He was able to create a dome of sorts that would stop the Ministry from being able to detect the use of magic in the Muggle world, which made it easier to practice. The whole statute of secrecy, in my opinion, was a useful thing since it would just be chaotic and messy if Muggles found out about magic. Envy and greed are fundamental parts of humans. Some are just able to control it better than others. Such an ugly characteristic, if I have to be honest. I wouldn't mind having a world where wizards are in charge, just like Grindelwald imagined. Sure, he failed, but there will always be someone to come after. We have all this power at the tip of our fingers and we are still forced to hide. I get that it's for the benefit of both parties, but it just makes me feel inferior to a bunch of people without magic. The way I see it, we are evenly matched in terms of military strength. They have far more numbers, but we have much higher quality. Though, a war between us would mean an enormous loss of life. Drac, what would you say if I told you I wanted to make a world in which wizards didn't have to hide anymore? I asked spontaneously. It is a tough question. It would take years. You would have to make difficult decisions constantly. Your loved ones will be endangered. That is the immediate cost. It is logistically impossible to do since you will never have enough wizards and witches to govern over the muggles, and there will come a time when they will fight back. That is not even mentioning the wizards who would be against you. You will be forced into a dark corner where you will never find happiness. You may rule with an iron fist and you will probably succeed while you live. But what would happen after you die? You would have achieved your goal, but you would have accomplished nothing. It is a waste of time and resources better spent doing something else. He dissuaded. I stayed silent for a while as I contemplated his answer. He was right. Maybe I could control them through fear, but people like Harry would pop up and rise to the occasion. There would always be people who went against me. Not to mention what he said about the logistical problem, it really was impossible. I soon came to the conclusion that going through with such a crazy idea would only end in everyone suffering. Shaking away the weird train of thought, I continued with my day. I went on to practice further with the conjuring of spells, charms, and even early transfiguration. It was difficult since it involved a lot more imagination than it did knowledge. Creativity and visualization of what you want to transfigure was a lot more challenging than I thought. But that didn't stop me, and finally, after much effort, 2 days later I was able to change the shape of a brick into a very basic 30 cm tall human-shaped statue. There was barely any detail in it, but it was a good start. This went on for the next 4 months. During this time I read through the books for school and memorized all the knowledge in them. Potions was the most interesting since it had a lot of varying ingredients, and one small step can throw you off completely. The defense against the dark arts was lackluster and had almost no information on spells we need to know. It was all theoretical. History was boring, but I did find some aspects of it useful, such as the history of the First World War and the founding of the school and so on. Herbology was incredibly boring, and it took me ages to get through it since I kept falling asleep. Eventually, the first day of September rolled around and it was finally time to start my wizarding journey. It was early in the morning, and as usual Luke was reading the newspaper at the kitchen table. Diana was making breakfast. The only difference was that there was a big owl in the kitchen standing on the backrest of a chair. Diana fed Arya treats as she hummed a lovely tune. That's right, we decided to name it Arya since that was the only name she seemed to like. She was as feisty as always, and after much effort, finally warmed up to the nights. As I walked in, Arya immediately flew towards me before perching herself on my shoulder. Diana looked at me with reproach as if I had just stolen her best friend. Diana seemed to really like Arya and spent most of her time with her. I could only smile stiffly since I could do nothing about it. I sat down and Arya went back to her chair and continued to be fed by Diana, who once again had a smile on her face. Tom, today we will be taking you to King's Cross Station. Make sure you have everything packed before we leave. You don't want to miss anything, said Luke as he put his paper down. I nodded seriously. I had spent the last hour making sure that everything was in order before coming down to eat. After a hearty breakfast, I made sure to put Arya in her cage before we got ready and then drove to the train station. I hugged them goodbye and walked into the station with a trolley that had my trunk and Arya on it. I soon reached platforms 9 and 10 where I saw the pillar I was supposed to go through. It really did seem idiotic to run through a wall with a trolley. Shaking away the thoughts, I lined myself up and ran towards the wall and closed my eyes. I braced myself for impact, but nothing came, only a sensation as if you just got out of the water flooded my senses. I opened my eyes only to be stunned by the scene. It was colorful, cheerful, and boisterous all in one. Parents and children running around here and there, all dressed in weird clothes. Some came in uniform like I did, and some were still in their normal clothes. It was just chaotic. I even saw the Weasley family running around as if they had their ass on fire. They sported their iconic second-hand clothes. It was like they just put on whatever they could find. Before I got on the train, I saw a boy who seemed to be distraught looking for something. Fuck, I muttered as he came towards me looking as if he was about to ask something. It was the chubby little boy Neville Longbottom. Have you seen a toad anywhere? He asked, looking teary-eyed. I shook my head before thinking of something. I looked at the kid who was about to walk away to keep looking when I thought of something. Hey, wait. I might be able to help, I said reluctantly. My sympathy got the better of me. I took my wand out silently and looked around to make sure that there was no one looking. What's the name of your toad? I asked quickly. Trevor, he answered, looking at me nervously. I nodded. By Vera toad, Trevor, I whispered as I flicked my wand in a set motion. It was a spell that I tweaked by changing the actions of Akio. It was incredibly difficult and it took a long time, but with Drax's experience I was finally able to pull it off. It would find the specified individual and pull them towards the user. Naturally, it has its limitations. It would only work on things half the size of the caster at maximum. Soon an ugly-looking toad came flying from somewhere and landed on my hand. I was completely disgusted and threw it at Neville, who caught it just in time. Thank you so much. My name is Neville Longbottom. What's yours? He said, extending his hand nervously. I looked at it and then at him before smiling and shaking his hand. My name is Thomas Knight. I'll be going then. Make sure to keep your toad in your hands, okay? I said before patting his shoulder and walking away. Why did I help him? I wondered before shrugging and continuing to walk. I should get extra karma points for that one, I thought with a chuckle. I walked parallel to the train as I headed towards the carriage where we store our luggage for the trip. As I was walking, I saw a girl trying to hurl her trunk into the carriage to no avail. I came over and stood right next to her before chucking my trunk into the carriage effortlessly before walking away. Just as I was heading in to find an empty compartment for myself, I felt a tap on the shoulder. I turned around to find the same girl looking at me. Excuse me, can you help me put my trunk in the carriage? I can't seem to do it myself, as you saw, she said insinuatingly. I didn't really care and looked at her for a little while. I found her familiar before, but now I know why. She was Hermione Granger from the Harry Potter franchise. But unlike the novels and films, she was more of a mixture between the both. She looked like the actress in the movie, but she had frizzy, untamable dark hair, brown eyes, and protruding teeth which she had in the novel. I soon snapped out of it before it got creepy and nodded. Sure, I don't mind, I said before taking her trunk out of her hands and pulling it with me before walking back to the luggage carriage again. I soon found an empty spot on top of mine and placed it there before turning around to face her. She had a happy expression as she thanked me. We both got on the train and started to look for an empty compartment and soon found one with no one in it. As we got in, we took our seats opposite each other. Before I could do anything, I found Hermione's hand stretched out in front of her. Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Hermione Granger, she said with a smile as she looked at me expectantly. I extended my own hand and held hers in a gentle yet firm handshake. It is my pleasure. The name is Thomas Knight, but you can just call me Tom, I said before retracting my hand. Why did you not help me when you saw me struggling? She asked rather abruptly. I was surprised by her straightforwardness. Because you did not ask for help. If I went around helping everyone in need, I would miss the train, I said jokingly before pulling out a book from my backpack. She was surprised by the answer but couldn't find the words to rebut me. She saw the book in my hands and looked up at me again before talking rather quickly. I memorized all the books that we needed to buy for the year. I even went and read about the history of the school. Do you think that will be enough to get the top place? Or do you think it's not enough? She asked inquisitively. I looked up at her silently before shaking my head. She frowned at my answer. I knew it wouldn't be enough. Now I'll be behind and I'll get bad. I cut her off before she could continue to ramble on. Hermione, I can call you that, right? I asked. She stopped talking and nodded at me. Okay, Hermione, I think that what you have read will be enough to pass the year in terms of theoretical knowledge. But I believe that practice is just as important. Knowledge without practice is just useless words on a page, and practice without knowledge will not only lead to accidents but will bear no fruit. I think that a balance needs to be achieved to maximize results, I said before returning my attention to the book. Hermione seemed to have a perplexed look on her face. Maybe you're right, she murmured and opened a book herself. I didn't find it surprising that she decided to read since she was a bookworm. Soon the train started to leave, which caught Hermione's attention. She had a look of awe as she stared out the window. Don't you think magic is incredible, Tom? I was incredibly surprised when I received my letter of admission to Hogwarts. I didn't even know that magic existed before then. My parents are ordinary after all. Did you know you were a wizard, Tom? She asked. Can I just read my book in peace? I complained in my head before putting the book aside. I looked up and nodded slightly. I was born in a family of wizards, but for unexpected circumstances I was raised by normal people. In short, I know about magic beforehand, but unlike magical families, I was not able to use it due to the statute of secrecy, I said, half lying with a complicated look. Hermione seemed to pick up on it and changed the topic. Statute of secrecy? She asked curiously. I nodded. It's something you will be informed of at school anyway, so there's no harm in knowing about it earlier. It is just a law that makes sure that muggle-borns or people who are raised by muggles don't use magic outside of permitted areas such as the school, for the sole reason of keeping the existence of the magical world a secret, I said while looking at her. She seemed amazed at the information, as it was something she probably didn't know about. It was normal, the books she had access to probably didn't go into detail or even mention it. She stayed silent after that as we stared out the window to watch the passing scenery. Occasionally we would smile at each other before returning to doing our own thing. About half an hour later she closed her book abruptly and looked up at me again. I sighed since I knew more questions were coming. Seeing my reaction, Hermione smiled apologetically before talking. Tom, do you know what house you would like to go into? I read that Dumbledore studied in Gryffindor, which would make it the best house, right? She asked as her big brown eyes stared at me, waiting for my answer. What is this, an interview? Do you take me for a library? I criticized in my head before giving her my answer. And Slytherin produced Voldemort and Merlin, I said with a chuckle. She looked at me indignantly before opening her mouth to speak. I cut her off before she could. Let me ask you, are all houses equal? I asked quickly. She looked at me before shaking her head. Maybe they share the same traits then? I asked again. She once again shook her head, before getting confused as to where I was going with this. I can see that you are a studious person, so am I, therefore I thought about which house valued knowledge and wisdom the most. That would be Ravenclaw, which also has a library of its own in their common room, I said with a smile. Hermione glowed with curiosity at the mention of a library in the common room. I raised my hand to tell her to calm down. I laughed at her reaction, which seemed to embarrass her a bit. Gryffindor is said to be chaotic, noisy, and overall unproductive, yet they value courage and determination the most. Then there is Hufflepuff. They are all known to be good people with a friendly team environment. But this attitude has led them to never really reach anywhere. They are known to be hardworking, but it seems to never pay off for them. As for Slytherin, it is just a matter of perspective. Most people see it as a bad place because of the people that are placed there. Voldemort studied there, and so did Merlin. Both were in the same house and yet ended up on opposite sides of the table. Even so, they were both extremely powerful wizards. Dark and light, good and bad, it is all a matter of perspective, Hermione. One's evil is another's savior and vice versa. The same happens in our world. Wars occur and the killing of the opposition is perceived differently depending on the side you stand on. I looked at her before continuing. What does this mean, Hermione? She didn't answer and I continued. It means that even though the Slytherin house has produced dark wizards, it doesn't mean that the house is inherently bad. It is just a matter of how you use your acquired knowledge that places you on the scale of good and evil. I understand, Tom, but the books clearly depicts. I cut her off once again. I understand, but books can be faked, altered and changed to portray a certain person, organization, and in this case house, in a bad light. You can't take all that is said seriously, I said calmly while looking at her. But the books are authorized by the Ministry of Magic themselves. You're saying that what they publish is incorrect and altered to serve their needs. Isn't all this a bit far-fetched, Tom? She said incredulously. Yes, it would be, but have you heard the expression history is always written by the winners? I asked. She nodded. Winston Churchill. Exactly, so it would not benefit anyone to go against the winner, in this case, the Ministry of Magic, even if they know that the knowledge is being manipulated, because they would gain nothing from it. It is better to think, collect, compare sources and come to conclusions when you are sure that your conjecture proves true. That way, you save yourself from making decisions based on misleading or incomplete information. She looked at me with uncertainty, as what I was saying was probably too much too soon. Don't worry about it. In any case, I happen to know a secret that you will find most interesting, I said, pretending to be mysterious. She perked up instantly at the mention of something interesting. I didn't find it weird since the girl probably found anything and everything interesting. It's called the Sorting Hat, which you may or may not have heard of. The Sorting Hat can detect nascent qualities in a student and place them in the house that will challenge them the most and put their character to the test. There is of course a backdoor of sorts if you want a specific house. I grinned before stopping. She was enraged before kicking my shin. Ouch. Oi, relax, yeah, I was only joking, I said while holding my shin in pain. Her shoes were hard as hell. That stupid hat will take your preference into account when making a decision, I said reluctantly while looking at her hatefully. My shin was throbbing. She looked at me with a smile. Interesting, I didn't know about that, she said while resting her chin on her hand that was placed on edge of the window. Yeah, the hat says it never made a mistake, but there have been some questionable decisions in the past, I said vaguely. She rolled her eyes, seemingly not believing me at all. I only shrugged. It didn't really matter at the end of the day since it was 99% accurate. We talked about all different kinds of things, from hobbies to school, and she even said that she heard about a 7-year-old winning a high school math competition and even going on to break the record. I smiled awkwardly when she mentioned that. She noticed it and asked me why I was acting this way. When I told her that it was me, she freaked out. I really regret my actions sometimes. We spent the next hour talking about maths. Time flew by and several hours later, we had finally arrived at Hogsmeade Station. By now we had left our compartment and stood in front of the carriage exit doors as the train began to stop. It was simply to avoid the initial surge of students coming out from their compartments. It seemed to be effective as we managed to come out unscathed from the now crowded corridors. The train doors swung open and Hermione and I jumped off before walking to the side. The sudden amalgamation of different sounds flooded our ears before the voices of older students advising the first years to stay still and form a group could be heard. We were currently standing in a dimly lit dark station with no roof that made the train's red color stand out even more. The moon's silvery glow and the yellow light coming off of the lanterns hung on the walls gave it a warm yet creepy vibe. All the first years were grouped up and waited until a giant man holding a lantern came walking towards us. He was almost twice as tall as a normal man and at least 3 times as wide. He looked simply too big to be allowed, with wild, long tangles of bushy black hair and beard hiding most of his face. He had hands the size of trash can lids, and his feet in their leather boots were like baby dolphins. As he walked, a low thud could be heard. It was simply shocking. "Rubeus Hagrid," I murmured, which seemed to catch Hermione's attention. I was shocked. One thing was to read about Hagrid and another was to see him in person. Not to mention the movies, they aren't even worth mentioning. "Hello, Harry," said Hagrid as he lifted his lantern to light up the faces of the first years. "Hello, Hagrid," said Harry as he waved at Hagrid. "How did you know his name?" Hermione asked inquisitively. "Nothing escapes you, does it, Hermione?" I asked rhetorically while looking at her briefly before continuing. "Simple, I saw him at Diagon Alley, and with him was the same boy," I said while pointing at Harry. "I naturally overheard his name in passing." I lied. Not that it mattered since she believed me. With a nod, she looked back towards Hagrid. I did the same as his voice echoed through the station. "Come on then, first years, follow me," he yelled before turning around and walking towards the pier. "Hop into boats there in groups of 4, he said, pointing towards the boats with the hand holding the lantern. Hermione, me and 2 others got into a small boat and it began to magically move without needing to row. As we peered at the castle, I couldn't help but be stunned. Something about castles on a mountain with the moon positioned perfectly behind it gave off an awe-inspiring presence. The old stone rocks that made up the walls of the castle still stood tall even after so many years. "Tom, is this really where we will be studying?" she asked me without taking her eyes off of the castle. She was transfixed on it. I could almost see stars in her eyes. I chuckled softly before nodding. "It seems to be the case, but we better make the most of these next 7 years. There will be few opportunities presented to us that will allow us to obtain so much knowledge so easily," I advised seriously. She seemed to agree as she nodded silently while still observing the castle. We soon made it to the Hogwarts pier and disembarked before making our way up the winding grey stone steps and into the Hogwarts courtyard. Under the guidance of Hagrid, we came to the steps that led to massive double doors where we met Professor McGonagall that seemed to be waiting for us. "The first years, Professor McGonagall," said Hagrid. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here," said Professor McGonagall. She then turned towards us and spoke succinctly, "Follow me, please." She waved, signaling to follow her as she soon led us up a flight of marble stairs that led to the upper floors. The ceiling was so high up that it was hard to make out, and the torches on the wall gave off a medieval feeling. We soon came upon another set of doors, through which a drone of hundreds of voices could be heard. Probably the rest of the school, I thought silently. Professor McGonagall turned around sharply before starting her small speech. "Welcome to Hogwarts. The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. They are Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin," she said while looking at all the students, her gaze lingering on me a few moments longer. "Is she still salty about the cat thing?" I wondered. Hermione leaned in and whispered, "Do you know her? She seemed to look at you a bit longer than others," she said observantly. I nodded. "Yeah, she was the one that took me to Diagon Alley to get my school stuff," I said, avoiding the fact that I probably offended her. "The sorting of house is very important. While you are here, your house will be akin to your family within Hogwarts. You will have classes with the rest of your house, sleep in your house dormitory, and spend free time in your house common room," she said before continuing to explain about the point system and rambling on about each house producing extraordinary wizards blah blah blah. I zoned out for a while before coming to my senses for the final bit. "The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes," I will be back shortly, she said before leaving through the big doors in front of us. As soon as she left, the voices of the other students broke out into a whisper as they talked about what they were thinking to the person next to them. But that didn't last long because of the little loser Draco Malfoy. The same scene that happened in the movie occurred. He walked up to Harry and you know the rest. I yawned extra loudly, which drew the attention of the two parties. What a boring show, can you two leave it alone? I did not come here to listen to two stupid kids bicker, I said in annoyance. This angered both parties and of course, the hot-headed idiot Ron Weasley just had to step in. But as soon as his mouth opened to say something, Professor McGonagall walked back and silenced us. The time has come, follow me quietly, she said looking at us sternly before pushing the doors open effortlessly. The discordant sound of hundreds of kids talking died down almost instantly when we walked in. It was intimidating, to say the least. Having hundreds of eyes looking at you like a new addition to the zoo really makes you feel uncomfortable. But Hermione didn't seem to notice. She was too busy talking my ear off about the ceiling and how it was enchanted and this and that. It was annoying to say the least, but the girl was just a kid who was excited to be here. So I couldn't really blame her too much, and we shared a lot in common so far, so I spared her from my opinion. I noticed that the Great Hall was really a sight to behold though, hundreds of candles suspended in mid-air which lit up the otherwise dark room. The 4 long tables stretched from one end of the hall to the other, fitting in the kids from the different houses, and, I hate to admit it, the enchanted ceiling really was wonderful and marvelous to look at. As we neared the other end of the hall, Hermione was still yapping on, so I had to tap her on the arm slightly and put a finger over my mouth to signal her to be quiet. She looked indignant but remained quiet when she saw how no one else was talking anymore. Professor McGonagall soon told us to stand still as she went up a brief flight of stairs and pulled out a 4-legged stool and a hat. She placed the dusty old hat on top of the stool, and after a brief delay under the curious eyes of all the first years, the hat came to life. Then it suddenly started to sing that shitty song I paid no attention to. I looked over to see Hermione listening intently to the song and could only shake my head and wait for it to finish. After it finished, I heard thunderous applause coming from the students, to which I couldn't comprehend. It was, in my opinion, a terrible song. Sure, it had a fair bit of information in it, but apart from that, it's just bad. I thought before the hall went silent again. Professor McGonagall pulled out a long roll of parchment and said in a loud voice, "When I call out your name, you will come forward, sit on the stool, and I will place the hat on your head. After you have been sorted into a house, you may get up and head to the corresponding table," she said before reading out the first name. Abbot Hannah. A little girl with ponytails and a shy expression came forward and sat on the stool. Almost 10 seconds later, we heard the hat shout out suddenly, "Hufflepuff," it said loudly. The table that had the Hufflepuff house cheered before welcoming the girl. Soon more like her came and went, some of them in Ravenclaw, some in Slytherin, and some in Gryffindor. Soon the arrogant Malfoy was called up. He went swaggered up with a grin plastered on his face and didn't even get to sit down for more than 2 seconds before the hat announced its verdict. "Slytherin," it shouted, not even touching the kid's head. I laughed slightly at the sight. "Hermione Granger." She looked at me with a nervous smile. "You will be fine. Go on," I said encouragingly as I pushed her forwards. "Calm down, it's fine. All is fine, you have it all under control," she mumbled, seemingly trying to convince herself with her words. I was curious to see whether my interference may have caused a shift in the story. In my opinion, Hermione was much better suited for Ravenclaw. It was just meant for her. But I also understand why the hat chose Gryffindor. The hat sees your traits and takes into consideration which house would push you furthest. And if we take a look at the original story, we can see that it was indeed the right choice. Ravenclaw was too monotonous and cold. They minded their own business and were always in pursuit of knowledge, something akin to scholars. I soon snapped out of my train of thought as I gazed up at the nerdy girl sitting nervously on the wooden stool. She seemed to be in deep thought. After 2 minutes, the hat announced the results. Gryffindor, it shouted to my surprise. It seems that it was meant to be even with the knowledge I gave her that she didn't have in the original story. She looked happy, but at the same time not ecstatic. It was more of a she got one of the two she wanted type of situation. She looked at me with a smile and went towards the table where all the cheering was coming from. Soon came Ron's turn, and what did you expect? The idiot went straight to Gryffindor with almost no suspense. Knight Thomas. I heard my name being called up and calmly walked up the steps and silently sat on the stool. The hat was placed on my head and I soon heard an old voice in my head. Interesting. It has been ages since a Pendragon has visited this school, said the hat with a chuckle. I was instantly alarmed. Legimency. But I have been working on occlumency for almost 3 years now. Drac, what is going on? I questioned in my head. The hat has deep magic that no ordinary wizard can repel. Its legimency is incredibly strong, but you do not need to worry about it spilling your secrets since there has never been a conflict involving a Pendragons at Hogwarts before. Right, you dirty old hat, said Drac mockingly. Ha! It has been a long time since I last heard one of you dragons talk. Yes, you are right, I do not spill the secrets of the ones I sort, said the hat sincerely. I relaxed after hearing that since otherwise I would have to burn the hat to keep the secret. Who knows how that old man Dumbledore would react? It seems that you, young Thomas, have the characteristics of all 4 houses. You have ambition due to your hate for the Ministry of Magic and to help your family name rise from the ashes anew. You have the courage to face Voldemort and attempt to change the wizarding world. You have the intelligence to accomplish great things and you are hardworking, which has been demonstrated over the entire course of your life, said the hat in contemplation. I really was disturbed by someone reading my memories. That's not Drac. But I trusted Drac's words and tried to remain objective. Do not send me to Slytherin, I said adamantly. Why? You can achieve Gria. I cut him off before he could finish that stupid line. Simple, that house is currently one that puts much emphasis on purity of blood, and even though I am a Pendragon that dwarfs all of their origins, I am currently labeled as the equivalent of a muggle born. I cannot reveal my origins too early as it would be detrimental to my life. It would be extremely troublesome and ineffective to be put in that house, I said, dismissing the choice. You do have a point. What about Ravenclaw then? I don't see a problem with that one. You would be able to pursue knowledge, which I can see you value a lot, asked the hat. I didn't expect it to actually ask for my input, but it does take into consideration my choice when making a decision. I did seriously consider Ravenclaw, and I don't see much of an issue in choosing that house. The only fault I can see is that they do not pay much attention to power. It is more like it comes as a result of acquiring knowledge and they don't actively pursue it. I need power in order to accomplish my goal, I answered truthfully. I see, and Hufflepuff. Hardworking, kind and accommodating, but they are seen as the house for all those who show no other traits. I personally do not mind it, but it would definitely not be my first or second choice. And finally, Gryffindor. Bunch of chaotic fools who value bravery over everything else. They are far from united and have a tendency to act like a flock of sheep, mindlessly following others' opinions without thought of their own. Since you can read my mind, you will know that the boy who will come up here eventually, Harry Potter, is excluded and outcasted many times over the course of his school years and by his own house nonetheless. That is their biggest flaw. Contrastingly, Slytherin, although arrogant, are very close and united when doing anything, which is one of their strengths and is one of the main things that attributed to their 6-year consecutive House Cup victories. I concluded. Very well put. I have made my decision, so don't burn me if you don't like it later, said the hat with a chuckle. I didn't really mind since I would spend most of my time in the library studying anyway. I will make sure to eat your soul if you're not careful with your decision, Hat, said Drac suddenly. I chuckled at his statement and waited for the verdict. Gryffindor, yelled the Hat. The Gryffindor table cheered as they heard the verdict. I was okay with it. It was one of the two that I had in mind anyway. Professor McGonagall walked over and took the hat off of my head. I got up and walked to the house full of cheering and sat in the empty spot next to Hermione. As I sat down, others from the table welcomed me warmly and some even clapped my shoulders with a smile. I didn't really mind since it happened to everyone else and it was better than just getting ignored. It seems that both of us weren't meant to be in Ravenclaw after all, said Hermione with a smile as she punched me on the shoulder with her fist. That seems to be the case. It just means that our common room will be considerably louder. The library will have to do after all, I said with a sigh. Well, I for one am happy that you are in Gryffindor since you are the only person I have talked to so far, she commented while looking at me. I can say the same thing, Hermione, I said before we both looked towards the sorting again. It continued as it should, people being sorted, and before long Harry Potter was called up. Harry Potter, said Professor McGonagall as she lifted her gaze off the scroll and stared intently at the young boy. The silent crowd suddenly erupted into whispers as they stared at Harry with curiosity. Hermione turned towards me. Is that the Harry Potter? She asked. What do you take me for? A library? How would I know? Listen and find out, I said indignantly. Oh, you, be quiet. How could I not treat you like one when you clearly have all the answers, she said. To which I could only stay silent. I hate to say it, but she had a point. A small and skinny boy walked forward. Even for his age he looked frail, his cracked bicycle glasses, untidy black hair, thin face with a lightning bolt-shaped scar on his forehead sat on the stool. I looked at Dumbledore, who had an eager expression on his face, probably elated at the fact that he could start his dubious plan of testing Harry this year. I chuckled lightly as I thought about that. After about a minute, Harry was sorted into Gryffindor to the surprise of everyone except me and Dumbledore. The old man would probably happy with any of the 3 houses as long as he didn't go into Slytherin. The table I was sitting at was sent into an uproar as their thunderous applause and cheering threatened to burst me and Hermione's eardrums. Harry went over and sat next to Ron and the Weasley twins. Soon Neville was sent up, and just like in the book, the kid was sent to Gryffindor and took the hat with him. He had to run and hand it back to Professor McGonagall under the laughs of everyone else. After all the first years were sorted into their houses and the feast was about to begin, Dumbledore said his very brief but interesting speech. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are: nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak, thank you, he said before raising his arms. Food magically appeared on the tables. It was so much that it looked like it was overflowing. I really contemplated whether it was some type of illusion, but it was real. And very delicious. There was a lot of chatter as we ate. Neville spoke about his first time using magic, which was nuts to say the least. Being chucked out of the window is one way to see if you have magic. Luckily he did and bounced to safety. There was Ron the pig, who munched on his food like he hadn't eaten before. I was glad that I was far away to avoid his mess. There were the Weasley twins who tried to play tricks on the first years. They succeeded sometimes and sometimes they didn't. Naturally, me and Hermione saw through their tricks and avoided making fools out of ourselves. Many talked about their origins and their experiences on certain topics. No one asked me or Hermione about anything, which I found to be most pleasant since having idle chats was never my strong point. Me and Hermione just talked about different things, one of them being about what the hat said to us. She mentioned that the hat was thinking about sending her to Ravenclaw but decided against it since it wouldn't challenge her or develop her in the best way. She didn't seem to understand, but I got the gist of it. Hermione needed confidence. She was smart but lacked outlook and was too much of a stickler for the rules. Which was fine when you were a kid, but it would end up being a burden as you got older. I narrated what the hat said to me but took out Drax's comments and my heritage for obvious reasons. Soon the feast ended and Dumbledore, being the scheming man that he is, needed to give his end of feast speech. Just a few more words now that we are all fed and watered. I have a few start of term notices to give you. First years should note that the forest on the grounds is forbidden to all pupils. I have also been asked by Mr. Filch, the caretaker, to remind you all that no magic should be used between classes or in the corridors. Quidditch trials will be held in the second week of the term. Anyone interested in playing for their house teams should contact Madam Hooch. And finally, I must tell you that this year, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death, he said before chuckling. Only a few laughed with him. I was one of them, but for a different reason. Hermione looked at me questioningly only to receive a shrug. It's too early to tell her anything. I really was amused at the old man's speech though. His hints are hilarious. The old man really is keen on testing Harry, isn't he? I looked at him amusedly before having to hear that god-awful school anthem. Some students sang and some only opened their mouths pretending to sing. After the song was over, the prefects of each house led the first years to their respective homerooms. Our prefect was Percy Weasley. He gave us a proud and smug look as he led through the school corridors and up the first flight of stairs. The peculiar thing was that the stairs moved in different directions every so often, making it hard to reach your destination if you did not know the pattern beforehand. Some even had false steps which, if not aware of, could send you plummeting down to the ground. Luckily no one fell. The stairs had their own patterns as they changed directions, often leading you to an unintended floor or room. It was annoying, to say the least, since it was one more thing I would need to remember. On the way, we met a couple of ghosts, including the annoying poltergeist Peeves, who really didn't add anything to the castle apart from annoying the shit out of everyone. Not even Percy's threats worked, which made it difficult to pass. Soon we reached a portrait of a fat-ass lady sitting on a chair. Percy said the passcode, which was accepted by the painting, before swinging open to find a living room area, aka the Gryffindor common room. Now standing on the predominantly red common room, Percy explained about the passcode, which he passed to everyone before rambling on about how great Gryffindor was and how much of an honor it was to be in the same house that Dumbledore stayed in, blah blah blah. After the explanation, Hermione and I chose to sit in a secluded corner near the fireplace on a couch everyone seemed to ignore for some reason. We didn't complain, as it suited our needs perfectly. We should take a look around the school these next couple of days to familiarize ourselves with the place. I sincerely doubt Percy will care about us, I said to Hermione, who was next to me reading a book. She lifted her head from the book and thought in contemplation before nodding. You're right, I would prefer to go to the library as soon as possible, but if Percy is as unreliable as you say, then it would be in our best interests to familiarize ourselves with the way to our classes at least. Although I doubt that Percy is as irresponsible as you say, she said before turning to her book again. We will only find out tomorrow. I will meet you here at 7 a.m. and go exploring. If I'm proven wrong and Percy is responsible, then there will be no need for us to do so individually, I said before getting up and heading to the men's wing. I was allocated to stay in a rather big room with beds positioned in a circular formation. I was put together with Ron, Harry, Neville, Dean Thomas, and Seamus Finnegan. We all chose a bed to stay in before going to bed. I went over to take a shower since I did my training this morning. I was accustomed to taking anywhere between 1 and 2 showers depending on the amount and type of training done. After that, it was finally time for bed. The morning had arrived, and with it the first day of Hogwarts. I was accustomed to waking up early, which made it easy to fit in my exercise before meeting Hermione. I got changed and went for a run around the school before doing my body weight exercise. It was currently 6:45 a.m. and I still had enough time to take a quick shower. After having a refreshing shower, I found the lads still sleeping and did not disturb them. It would be up to them to learn their lesson and discipline themselves. I got changed into my gray uniform with my black cloak over the top before heading down to find Hermione already sitting down on our new favorite spot, the couch in the corner. As I walked over, she soon saw me and indicated for me to sit next to her. I was just reading the timetable. It seems that the first 3 days are going to be tough if we don't have a guide. I say we go now and familiarize ourselves with the locations of the classes we have today so that we arrive on time, she said while looking at her timetable. What about waiting for Percy to guide us? I asked with a smile. Oh please, I admit he is as irresponsible as you said, but there is no need to rub it in, she said indignantly while throwing a light punch to my arm. We soon got up and exited the common room before making our way slowly, memorizing the directions and landmarks that will make it easier to know where we are in the castle. We were much more productive than we thought, and we only took 1.5 hours to figure out all the classroom locations, not only for today but for all of them. The timetable said that we had transfiguration, potions, and herbology today, which was okay. We soon arrived back at our homeroom in order to get our books, only to find a handful of first years awake. Hermione was annoyed at our peers for being tardy. Ever since she heard about the point system, her need to gain points and minimize losses kicked in. It was fun to watch, and before long all the girls came out looking sleepy. As for the boys, I just said that I tried and they ignored me. Fuck them, they need to learn through punishment. As for points, who cares about those? They're only there for competition between the houses. There was no merit in winning. The first 3 days went by just like this. Percy proved to be just how I described. A complete and utter waste of space. Never helped the first years, which lead to their tardiness and subsequent loss of points, which infuriated Hermione. I would calm her down by dragging her away as we continued to memorize the layout of the school. What we found the trickiest was the stairs and the doors. The stairs took a long time to figure out due to their moving pattern. Not only that, but the traps on the stairs themselves. Sure, they won't kill you, but it'll hurt like a bitch. Then there were the doors. I swear I almost used Bombarda on the fucking doors. They were so tricky and shitty to deal with. Some had special ways to open, some looked like doors but weren't, and some you needed to coerce to open. If it wasn't for Hermione, I would have already blown up half the doors in this place. Hermione laughed at my angry expression, which didn't help. The angrier I got, the harder she laughed. The classes were okay. Transfiguration is what, as you would expect. Professor McGonagall was an incredibly strict but fair teacher. We went over theory work for the first day. On the second, we learned to transfigure a wooden toothpick into a metal pen. I found it child's play, as it was mostly dependent on visualization and imagination. The clearer the image was in your head, the easier it was to achieve the intended shape. I was able to make an intricate silver-white pen with a stylish yet simple design. Professor McGonagall, who was initially still angry at me, which could be seen on her face, soon softened as she saw my talent in transfiguration. Hermione, who saw me do this, didn't want to be outdone and soon after produced a pen, but with a much cruder design. While I got full points, Hermione got a little less. The next day was much more interesting. Hermione and I were sitting in the front row waiting for the teacher to come in. Most other students had already arrived and only Potter and Weasley were missing. Hermione looked at me and then at the gray cat sitting on the desk. "Do you think that this is the professor's pet?" she asked me before continuing, "and why isn't the teacher here yet?" I looked at her in amusement before staring at the cat. "For your first question, you are incorrect. That is not the professor's cat. As for your second question, who said she isn't here?" I said, pretending to sound mysterious. "What do you mean?" Hermione was cut off by the sound of panting as two kids came running in. It was of course Ron and Harry. "Thank God we got here before Professor McGonagall, otherwise we would be toast," said Ron as he wiped off the sweat building on his forehead. Before he could say anything else, the cat that was originally sitting on the desk leapt into the air. To the surprise of everyone present, the cat instantly turned into Professor McGonagall, who walked forward before facing Ron and Harry. "That was bloody brilliant," Ron exclaimed. "Thank you for your assessment, Mr. Weasley. Perhaps it would be more useful if I was to transfigure Mr. Potter and yourself into a pocket watch. That way maybe one of you might be on time," she said while staring at the pair. "We got lost," said Harry. "Then perhaps a map? I trust you don't need one to find your seats," she asked rhetorically before walking towards me. "Mr. Knight, I'm most intrigued as to how you knew I was the cat," she said curiously. I smiled before responding. "The markings around the eyes in your cat form, they are made by your glasses, correct? I also saw that you were part of the 7 registered animagi," I said calmly. "I did read about how to identify an animagus. Usually, they have a mark on their body when an animal form due to what they are wearing. In McGonagall's case, it was her glasses. I naturally also knew about the 7 since they were the only ones to achieve transformation in the last century." "Very observant, Mr. Knight," she said simply with a smile. She turned around and started her class for the day. Next was herbology, just like what you would expect, taught by Professor Sprout, who was a little witch who wore a patched hat over her flyaway hair. There was usually a large amount of earth on her clothes and her fingernails due to being around plants constantly. The class was held in a magical garden so that studying plants and their uses was more hands-on. The class was also handy since the theory overlaps with content that is not covered but relevant during potion making. The right ingredients are usually chosen for a reason, and knowing their use will come in handy. Potion making was interesting. Professor Snape had a deep hatred for Harry during his stay at Hogwarts in the original, which was still very apparent in this world. It was funny watching Harry get scolded for doing nothing. Snape would just find any reason to take points away from him. During potion making, Snape praised me and Hermione for being the first ones to make the selected potion correctly. He begrudgingly gave points to both of us, which somewhat counters all the points lost. Neville, being the useless wizard that he is, fucked his potion, which made the cauldron explode. This resulted in not only points being subtracted but Neville having to be carried to the infirmary for healing. Some of the students around him even had their shoes melted. Thankfully, it was mostly just him that was injured. Hermione was losing it at her classmates. She really disliked Ron and Harry for being the ones to lose points for the house the most. Astronomy was held every Wednesday at midnight in the Astronomy Tower, which was a pleasant change of pace. I enjoyed gazing at the stars since they had a sense of mystery to them. Sure, we were studying the stars and their meaning, which in my opinion was complete nonsense, but there had to be some truths to it if they were teaching it at Hogwarts, right? The teacher who taught this was Professor Aurora Sinistra, who often wore olive robes and a pointed hat spangled with astrological signs. Through the telescopes we were told to buy, we observed the constellations and learned of their meaning. Next up was Charms, which I have to say is one of my favorite classes. It was taught by Professor Flitwick, who was a tiny little wizard who had to stand on a pile of books to see over his desk. He was known to be a half-blood due to his goblin blood, which was the cause of his little stature. Wearing green robes and a pointy hat with long white hair, Professor Flitwick was a rather enjoyable and funny character. During his classes, he would tell us stories about his life, fictional stories that made the class, including me, laugh, which made it much more immersive and enjoyable. Then there were flying lessons with Madame Hooch, who was also the Quidditch referee at Hogwarts. She had spiky gray hair which was cut short and had piercing, yellow, hawk-like eyes, usually hidden behind goggles. She usually wore a white button-down collared shirt and black necktie with a Hogwarts crest which could be seen under her cloak. As we made our way to where the class was being taught, we soon came upon Madame Hooch, who was standing next to 2 rows of broomsticks. They seemed to be a very old model, which made me question what Dumbledore was doing with the school funds. Such a prestigious school having such bad broomsticks just seemed out of place. "Welcome, you can call me Madame Hooch. Now, go and stand behind a broom that has been placed on the ground. You are not to touch the broom until I say so, understood?" she said firmly. "Yes, Madame Hooch," we said in an unsynchronized way. Her face scrunched up at the sound. No, 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 you must say it together in synchronization. "Now, good afternoon, class," she said as she walked down the middle. "Good afternoon, Madame Hooch," we said, much more synchronized this time. "Welcome to your first flying lesson. Well, what are you waiting for? Everyone step up to the left side of their broomstick," she said strictly with her hands on her hips. "Come on now, hurry up," she commanded. We all stepped forward at once and stood to the left of our brooms. "Stick your right hand over the broom and say up," she instructed as she demonstrated the action. Soon the voices of all the kids rung out as a constant up could be heard. "Up," I commanded, to which the broom instantly flew up. Hermione looked at me indignantly. She repeatedly tried to no avail. "Command the broom. You're not asking it, otherwise it will not obey," I instructed. Hermione tried it again, following my instructions this time, and was able to do it successfully. I looked around to see how the others were doing and was not surprised to see Malfoy grinning arrogantly, Potter, who was marveling at the broom in his hands, and Ron, the idiot who got hit on the face with his broom, causing the surrounding kids to laugh. "Now, once you have got a hold of your broom, I want you to mount it. Grip it tight, you don't want to slip off the end," she instructed again as we followed during instructions. After seeing that all of us were able to do this successfully, she moved on. "When I blow my whistle, I want each of you to kick off from the ground hard. Keep your broom steady, hover for a moment, then lean forward and land back on the ground," she instructed as she moved around to all of us to ensure good form. We all did as we were told and succeeded, only to hear the sudden scream coming from Neville as he floated upwards. It was just like the movie. He flew around aimlessly and before long was left hanging from the sharp end of a statue. He soon fell and a loud cracking noise could be heard, presumably Neville's wrist breaking. Madame Hooch ran to his side and then took him to the infirmary again. Naturally, that wasn't the end. Of course not. Malfoy wouldn't be Malfoy if he wasn't an annoying prick. And we always need a hero to save the day, so Harry had to get involved. The same scene played out. Harry caught Neville's toy and both Malfoy and Potter were punished by their respective houses. Funny how the punishment involved making Potter the Seeker of Gryffindor. Old man Dumbledore just couldn't help himself, could he? During the week, Hermione, being the hyperactive girl that she is, wanted to help out our peers from Gryffindor in order to not lose any more points. She was shocked that no one was studying or wanted to study. Everyone was still in the first week having fun and were completely clueless towards homework. or maybe they just ignored it. In an attempt to do something out of goodwill, she inadvertently created an adverse reaction. Everyone would talk bad about her, call her a nerd and a know-it-all due to her actions. It was the weekend and Hermione and I were doing our potions homework that the insufferable Professor Snape set for us to do. I decided to talk to Hermione about her actions since it would not benefit anyone if things kept going the way they were. "Listen, Hermione." "Yes," she responded, lifting her head out of her book, set aside her task, and looked at me intently. "Why do you need to help, correct, and advise everyone you come across?" I asked. "Because they are usually doing something wrong, and the action of doing something wrong may cost us points. If I have the answer, I must tell them so that they learn for next time," she said seriously. "If that is the case, then you must have noticed that nobody asks for your help. Have you noticed that they also do not like it?" I pointed out. She looked at me with a deepening frown. "What does that mean exactly?" "That they don't want my help?" she asked in confusion. "That is exactly the point. They do not wish for your help. No one does. Don't take it as an offense, but no one seems to like you now that you have begun to do this, you know," I said calmly. "I didn't notice. I was busy trying to clean up their messes. I wanted to help so that they can improve," she said, trying to justify herself. "I understand that, but if no one asks for your help and you continue to do so, it will only get worse." "But the house points," she persisted in a softer voice. "Why do house points, house cups, competitions matter? Didn't you know that they do not even appear on our personal file when we go to apply for a job? It is just a stupid rivalry that is designed by the houses at some point due to their desire to be the best on a yearly basis. Furthermore, have you realized that the teachers have begun to ignore you when you attempt to answer a question?" I asked her. Hermione nodded with a grim expression, clearly unhappy. "It is because they know that Miss Granger knows all the answers. You need to understand that they have a class to teach, and they must assess the knowledge of all the other kids as well. That does not mean that you should just stop raising your hand, though. Just do it in a calm and less excited way. Pass me your parchment for a second," I said, extending my hand. She thought about my words seriously before thoughtlessly handing her parchment with the homework on it to me. I read through the excessively long essay and realized that she had not once included a thought or remark of her own. She wrote such a long essay with quotes and captions from different books we had been reading on the different subjects over the past week. I soon realized a problem. She did not have the ability to assimilate her knowledge and come to her own conclusions. "Hermione, what I see here is a bunch of quotes and information that include zero thoughts of your own," I judged. "But the books I read clearly depict the knowledge better than I can," so I cut her off. "But the teachers don't want to see this. If they wanted to know every little fact, they would have gone to read the relevant books. Here, look at mine," I said, passing her my essay while I continued to explain. "The teachers assess you on your understanding, not your quoting and memory skills. Sure, they are useful in the final exams, but they need to know that you understand the knowledge that they are imparting. And what better way is there than demonstrating it through your own conclusions?" Hermione looked at my parchment seriously while taking in my words. From that day on, whenever we spent time in the library doing homework, Hermione would practice formulating her own thoughts and putting them on parchment. It was much harder than she expected. It would take a while, but it was a skill that would be useful to her in the long run. Apart from that, we spent our free time reading books on spells and potions. It was a slow and tedious process since it took a lot of time and effort. I learned the theoretical information for the 3 types of practico spells but lacked the ability and location in order to perform them. I thought about using the Imperio curse on Harry to open the Chamber of Secrets since that was a room that no one had eyes on. But for one, I didn't know if Dumbledore would find out about it, and second, I didn't actually know the spell. Well, Drac did, and I could learn it anytime, but for now, I would restrain myself until next year when the whole basilisk thing goes down. There was also the ROR, but I had little use for it now. If I had to choose though, the Chamber of Secrets would be a better place to perform something I don't want others to see. It was all up in the air. If the situation required it, we would use the appropriate room. Besides that, I was looking for a potion that would allow me to increase my physical strength at a rapid pace since I would need it to unlock the next stage of Drac's power. So far, I came up empty, but I had no rush since there was plenty of time. A couple of weeks went by at this pace. I trained in the morning as usual and did my bodyweight exercises, but they seemed to provide me with less and less of a benefit. I would go to classes as usual. Astronomy got boring quick no matter how wonderful the night sky was. Herbology was okay, I hated the textbook, and the classes weren't much better either. Potions remained as entertaining as ever, with Harry getting constantly bullied by Snape. Funny how the cranky professor could never find a fault with me and Hermione, as we never messed up. I was unfortunate enough to be looped in with the name-calling. I was soon called a nerd for being at the top of the class, and due to our lack of socialization with the other students, I really didn't mind as long as they kept it civil and didn't go too far. Hermione still had trouble controlling her impulse to raise her hand up and answer all of the questions, but it was a work in progress. I trained in Legimency, which kept me busy late at night, but I was finally getting proficient at it. I really was trash at it. Drac naturally taught me Legimency as well, per my request. I found that I was much better at that than I was at Legimency. It would take a little while, but it would be useful. There was no change in the quest to find the right potion for enhancing physical strength, and therefore decided to change my approach. I started looking, with the help of Hermione, for potions that would increase the recovery rate of the body after physical exercise. It was difficult to find, but Hermione found it at last. It was a potion that would allow me to double the recovery rate of my body while also increasing the benefits after each training session. The only drawback was that it could only be used every 2 weeks, which still was acceptable. It was currently early October, and I found a loophole in Dumbledore's words. He said that students were not allowed to use magic outside of the classrooms and in the hallway. This simply means that within the parameters of a classroom, magic was allowed. I told Hermione about it, and she was ecstatic at the revelation. By now, we had most of the school memorized, which helped tremendously with finding a classroom that was not being used at all. We quickly found one and decided to make this our training spot for the year. I leaned heavily towards dueling spells such as Confringo, Bombarda Maximo, which I couldn't do before, Reducto and Expulso. A very wise man once used a very fitting line. Art is an explosion. I chuckled at the quote, very fitting. Hermione, on the other hand, was much more into charms and non-attack spells. She practiced Transfiguration and Legimency, which I introduced to her. I was very regretful of that decision. She was incredibly talented at it and understood the concept almost immediately. I still forced her to practice some of the important combat spells since they were useful for self-defense. You need to practice them, it's for your own benefit, I persuaded. But is there really a need? I doubt we will be facing anything, she rebutted. I sighed and sat next to the girl. Hermione, wands are not just used to clean stuff, turn them into toys. They are weapons that can cause mass destruction, and we are in a world full of them, I said seriously. She looked at me with a shocked expression. But there are laws in place to stop people from hurting others, right? She said. Yes, there are, but that does not stop anyone from casting a deadly spell at any second. She had a despondent look on her face as she thought about my words. Fine, fine, I'll do it, she gave in. After practicing spells, I started to think about the need for verbal commands and wand movements. I was able to do wandless levitation charms and cleaning charms which astounded Hermione when I simply waved my hand to clean up the desk and chairs in the room covered in dust. I tried to do wandless magic with other spells but found it incredibly difficult, especially spells with combat orientation. I needed much more focus and a higher sensitivity to magic. Drax said that I was already highly sensitive to magic since he was fused with my body. After all, having a being that is made out of pure magical energy inside of you would increase your perception towards magic. So, the only thing stopping me from doing wandless magic was an enormous amount of practice and acclimatization to the nuances of magic. It was already late, and Hermione was panting heavily as she leaned her body on the desk behind her. "How can you run so much without getting tired?" she said in between breaths. I stopped and looked at her with a smile. I have been running and doing exercise from a young age, which has boosted my physique immensely. MMA has helped with that as well. I suggest you start doing some. It would be very useful even when dueling, I said truthfully. Why? Can't I just cast Pratigo and stay still? She asked curiously. Oh, I didn't know that you knew that spell, I said, genuinely surprised. Hermione looked embarrassed. I can't, it was a hypothetical situation, she said while glaring at me. Oh, it's fine. The reason is that there is no need to cast a spell if you can dodge it. Here, I'll demonstrate what I mean, I said before standing 10 meters away from Hermione. Okay, throw a stupefy at me, I said calmly. Hermione looked at me with glittering eyes. I mumbled a couple of curses at the sight. She totally wanted to get me back for one-upping her constantly. She stood up and pointed her wand at me with a serious face. Stupefy, she yelled before flicking her wand in a certain way. A red ball of energy came rushing towards me. I dodged to the side quickly before running forward. She threw another one which forced me to slide underneath it before casting a spell of my own. Expelliarmus, I yelled. A white light shot out of my wand before hitting Hermione's, making it fly out of her hands and land in mine. I looked at her with a smile. See what I mean? That was without using the Pratigo spell. That isn't to say that you shouldn't use it, but having mobility and stamina is very important for many occasions. She nodded seriously and from this day forward started to implement physical activity into her daily routine. And I completely forgot that the ROR and the Gryffindor common room are on the same floor. There is no excuse. I will be correcting this issue starting from year 2 and all training will be held there. Please bear with it until year 2. I have already written 60 chapters and I can't be bothered going back to change them manually, in all honesty. Thank you for understanding. We spent our days going to classes, studying in the library, and reading books on the couch in the corner of our homeroom away from the antics of the others. Over the past couple of days, Hermione began to join me for early physical activity. We would run around the school grounds, go to our classroom that was used for training, and transfigured the chairs into weights to do exercise with. It was helpful not only for our workouts but to help in our transfiguration practice. Naturally, Hermione would need to start off easy since she didn't have much experience with physical activity. The potion me and Hermione found would need to be postponed until we could source the ingredients. I was thinking about asking the Weasley twins about it since they were known for smuggling anything and everything in and out of the school, but I put that on hold as well since I wanted Hermione to have a good foundation before adding external variables into the equation. We worked on our spells, which was simply a matter of repetition and getting accustomed to the feeling of magic. I would practice Legimency with Hermione, which honestly really triggered me. She was making immense headway already. What took me a month to achieve only took her a couple of days. The only positive I all of this was that Legimency was very much my style and I found it very easy to learn. I tried to increase my subtlety when using it. It was rough at first, but soon I could use it without others finding out. Sure, I couldn't glean anything from them, but it was good practice. Soon October 31st rolled around and with it Halloween celebrations. As always, I loathed the sight of pumpkins, which made Hermione laugh. Some day I'll get my revenge, I thought silently. She even fed me pumpkin by disguising it as other food. She would change their appearance but keep the same shit taste. I remember gagging at the taste, which set off the girls' laughter. Fuck my life, honestly. Shaking my head, I headed towards Charm's class, which was one of the few classes I still found immensely interesting. Not because of the knowledge being taught, but because of the stories Professor Flitwick told. His way of storytelling was enchanting, and I found myself immersed in them most of the time. Today was special. We were learning Wingardium Leviosa, or simply known as the levitation charm. As we walked in, we found our spots. For once me and Hermione faced each other instead of sitting together. It wasn't really our choice as much as it was Flitwick's seating arrangement. As we took our seats, I saw Potter and Weasley resting their heads on their books as they listened to the introduction for this class. Next to Ron was Hermione as per the movie, and Harry was next to Seamus Finnegan. I was seated next to some random I didn't really know the name of, nor did I care to be honest. I soon focused on the class. The professor was wearing a long green cloak and stood on a makeshift stand made from what appeared to be Gilderoy Lockhart's books. I didn't feel pity for the fucker, I hated him with a passion. But I also realized the funny thing about the hiring of Gilderoy Lockhart at Hogwarts. Naturally, good old Dumbledore needed a way to teach Harry valuable lessons. Just as my train of thought reached this point, I was interrupted by Professor Flitwick's voice. One of a wizard's most rudimentary skills is levitation, or the ability to make objects fly, he said as waving his hands and fingers in an upwards motion. Ah, do you all have your feathers? He asked as he looked around the room. Some of the students raised theirs, but most seemed to not be so enthusiastic about it. Good, now don't forget the nice wrist movement we've been practicing, he said, rolling the R in wrist as he took out his wand from his cloak. The swish and flick he demonstrated as he talked. Everyone, he said before doing the motions again. All of us repeated his words in a synchronized and uniform way as we did the intended motion. I saw that Ron, Harry, and most importantly Seamus couldn't do it properly. Seamus wasn't even waving it correctly. Oh, and enunciate, Wingardium Leviosa, he said, sounding out the words slowly for all of us to clearly hear. Off you go then, he said. Soon the discordant sound of the students could be heard as they waved their wands over the feathers placed in front of them. I stared at the feather in front of me with contempt and placed my wand back in its sheath before leaning backwards and enjoying others' failures. I saw Ron begin his casting by swinging his wand around and about in a restrained manner. But it soon got out of control as he waved his wand everywhere out of frustration while enunciating the words like a kid with an oral disability. Harry, who was right next to him, almost suffered an injury. Thankfully he had his trusty glasses with him. Watch out, Ron, he said, exclaimed before placing his hand over his face as he blocked Ron's wand. Sorry there, Harry, I was frustrated, he said apologetically. I shook my head before turning my attention towards Hermione. In the original, she helped Ron out by demonstrating only to be made fun of for it later. I was surprised to see that she shook her head in disappointment before looking at me. I smiled and gave her a thumbs up. That seemed to raise her spirits as she proceeded to cast the spell. Wingardium Leviosa, she enunciated perfectly, causing the once static feather to float slowly and steadily into the air. All the other students stopped to watch. This also caught the attention of the professor, who happily clapped at the result. "Well done, Miss Granger. 10 points for Gryffindor," he said with a smile. I could see the happiness written all over Hermione's face at the mention of getting points. It seemed she still cared about the whole points thing. But it was better than before. I saw Weasley mumble something which Hermione failed to notice. Ron looked indignant before sulking and resting his face back on his books. Seamus could be seen talking without stopping, seemingly repeating the chant on and on, which eventually caused an explosion. What a funny lad he was. Everyone else found it difficult to do. Harry couldn't do it, Ron gave up, and Seamus wasn't allowed to pull out his wand for the rest of the class. Rightfully so, if you ask me. We don't need someone setting fires to the books in the classroom. The professor reprimanded me for not participating, which bothered me to no end. So, I begrudgingly pulled out my wand and easily performed the charm silently, which stunned the professor. The guy wouldn't shut up about it, which made all the other kids look at me the same way they looked at Hermione. I finally felt what she felt, and it pissed me off. These kids are looking down on me for being better than them. In what world does that make any sense? Ron seemed to be sulking even more after being incapable of doing it after trying again, and therefore focused his anger on me. What a funny little redhead. Hermione didn't spare me a glare either. She was very happy with her result, but when she saw me do it without chanting, her mood soured. Naturally, she didn't care too much less act differently towards me because of it. No, she would be much worse. She was going to pester me about it until I gave her an answer. I sighed at my fate as I stared at Hermione's smile that didn't seem like a smile. As we exited the room and walked across the courtyard, I could clearly hear Ron's insulting words about me, calling me things like a nerd, loser, and teacher's pet. Naturally, I didn't really care, but Hermione wasn't so tough. She was getting more resilient due to Legimency, but she had a long way to go before her confidence increased enough to be indifferent towards such comments. I saw her clutch her books tighter as she attempted to run away. I quickly grabbed her hand, stopping her from leaving. She looked at me with tears welling up in her eyes. "Fuck, Ron, you've done it now," I cursed as I tightened my free hand into a fist. "Hermione, you don't need to pay attention to what other people say. After all, what that idiot is saying is just to comfort himself due to his own incompetence," I said in a low voice. "He knows he can't pull off what you did, so he has to blame you in order to feel better. Listening to his words will only make you fall into his trap. I know it is hard to be indifferent, but you must get used to it. This world is not paradise, no matter how much you wish for it to be," I stated seriously. "Don't pretend, Knight. You two mudbloods are just a bunch of He couldn't finish as I held his throat in my hand. "Say that word again to Hermione or me and I will snap your neck regardless of the consequences, you arrogant freeloader," I spat while still holding his neck. Draco was looking at me with hatred but couldn't speak due to my hand blocking his airway. Hermione, seeing what was happening, quickly came over and pulled my arm gently. "Tom, let him go or the teachers will get involved," she persuaded with concern. It seemed she was new to the word mudblood since she had no visible reaction to it. I reluctantly let go of Malfoy, who collapsed to the ground while gasping for breath. "Watch your tongue next time, Mr. Malfoy, or I will make sure you lose it," I hissed before leaving with Hermione. We soon arrived at our common room, where we sat down on the empty couch. No one seemed to notice. "Tom, thank you for cheering me up," she said gratefully. "By the way, what was that word the Draco used that made you so upset?" she asked cautiously. I looked at her before sighing slightly. "Mudblood is a highly derogatory term for a muggle-born or half-blood, wizard or witch, that is, individuals with close muggle relatives," I said while looking at her. She looked at me for a second before furrowing her brows. Why would he say something like that? She asked cluelessly. Because he is a Malfoy, one of the prestigious 28 magical families and one that puts extreme value on purity of blood. They look down on muggles and their offspring, especially those with magical capabilities. Voldemort wanted to cause a war between the Muggle world and the Wizarding world due to his hate for them, I said softly while repositioning my body on the couch in order to face her. I don't get it. Why do they hate Muggles so much? She asked with indignance. Well, elitist purebloods believe that it is a sign of weak magic to enjoy non-magical company and seem to believe that some of the supposed dirtiness of Muggles and Muggleborns would rub off on those who associate with them. Thus they consider blood traders to be filthy as well, I answered. Blood traders? She asked curiously. I nodded before answering. Yes, blood trader is a derogatory term commonly used by elite pure-blood wizarding families like the Malfoys to describe witches or wizards who sympathize with the non-magical community or willingly associate with other such sympathizers or with Muggleborns. Such examples are the Weasley family, I responded. Hermione looked at me with an incredulous expression. The Weasleys? Ron's family? She asked, raising her voice slightly. Correct, Ron is part of a pure-blood family which sympathize with Muggles, and that is why Ron and Draco are like fire and ice. I nodded in affirmation. I see, that explains all their useless quarreling. She nodded in understanding. I flicked her forehead with my finger, which caused her to wince in pain before glaring at me hatefully. Why did you do that for? She asked as she rubbed her forehead. It's to knock all those unnecessary thoughts out of your head. I hope what that idiot Ron said didn't affect you too much, I said before opening my book and starting to read. Hermione scoffed and turned around, but a small smile could be seen tugging at her lips. We continued to sit around the common room reading and doing our own thing since we had a break in between classes. I was reading about Pratico but couldn't figure out how to pull it off. Hermione and I found the book about it in the library the other day, but after trying it in our private classroom and failing, I decided to come back to the book to see if I missed anything. I nudged Hermione on the arm with my elbow and showed her the book. What do you think we are doing wrong? I didn't miss any of the information, I said, genuinely puzzled. She looked away from her book and looked at mine before thinking, maybe the book isn't telling us the full story. It is not in the data books, and the ones we did find don't work. Maybe it's meant to hinder us from being able to use it until later years. She analyzed. I thought about it and concluded that what she said was probably correct. As to the reason for hindering our progress, well, it could be many reasons I don't know, nor do they matter at root. The solution is simple. All we have to do is find a person who knows the Pratico spells and have them teach us. Coming to this conclusion, I shared it with Hermione, who agreed. It is probably the most direct route to getting what we need, she said before frowning, but who is going to teach us? If they are not letting us know it in the first year, it has to be for a reason, she said in contemplation. Kid, are you some kind of idiot? What the hell have I been teaching you? Use Legimency and read the memories of one of the students who knows the Pratico spells, he said disappointedly. I face-bombed silently, which startled Hermione. What's wrong with you? She jumped slightly from my actions. Relax, I found our solution and it's much, much simpler, I said with a grin. She looked intrigued and calmed down so she could listen. I have been learning Legimency lately, I said in a hushed voice as I looked around. Hermione looked at me with a puzzled expression. I realized she didn't know what that was. Legimency is the practice of using magic to enter another person's mind, read their memories, plant false images into their head and manipulate their memory. It is considered as invading people's privacy and is therefore heavily restricted by the Ministry of Magic. I paused to let her digest this. She looked shocked as her expression changed to one of vigilance and wariness towards me. I sighed since I knew this would happen. Did you do anything to my mind? she asked seriously, her brows knitted together so tightly they almost formed a jumper. I shook my head before explaining. Even if I tried, you would have noticed. I'm not so proficient at it as of yet. Plus, you are my only friend here. If I wanted to use it on you, why would I make it more difficult by introducing you to Legimency? I asked truthfully. She bowed her head in thought as her hand caressed her jaw. That was a telltale sign she was contemplating something seriously. She lifted her head back up at me and looked straight into my eyes. Thomas Knight, if you value our friendship, be truthful and tell me if you have ever used Legimency on me before. I will fully believe you until I find out otherwise. The better I get at Legimency, the easier it will be to find out if you're lying later, she said seriously with a grim expression. I was shocked that she would question me this much, but I understood her concern. It would be a complete and utter breach of trust and friendship to manipulate someone like that. Drac, is there a way to transmit my memories to her? I asked in my head. Sure, I can help you with that. Just hold her hand and I'll do the rest, he said simply. Hermione, give me your hand, I said without context while stretching out my hand. She looked at it and then at me before placing her hand in mine. I shared with her all the memories and the emotions I felt at that time while I was at Hogwarts with her. The first time meeting her, our classes, me lecturing her, and so on. There were obviously some memories not included, but the important ones were. I let go after a while when all the memories were transmitted and silently sat there waiting for her to digest the information. She lifted her head and looked at me with a smile before punching me in the ribs as hard as she could. I was tough, but shit, that hurt. I looked at her in confusion. So, you were planning to get back at me for the pumpkin incident, huh? She said with a devilish smile. I looked at her in disbelief. That is what you got from all of this? Are you kidding me? I said, genuinely indignant. She laughed so hard she grabbed her sides. Between tears she spoke. I can't believe how resentful you were about that, you little baby, she said as she continued to laugh with tears in her eyes. I was about to get up and leave when I got pulled down again. What do you want now? Go on. Keep laugh. I was cut off by Hermione, who covered my mouth with her hand. Shut it, dummy. I understand you didn't use Legimency on me, so I'm thankful for that. I'm sorry I didn't trust you more. It's just that the knowledge that you could have manipulated me scared me a lot, so I had to make sure, she said with an apologetic smile. I sighed and readjusted my position on the couch. Fine, so now you know I didn't do anything to you, okay? Back to the point. I can use this skill to read the memories of the students who know the spell and find out what we are doing wrong, I concluded. Hermione looked hesitant. How proficient at it are you? Can you do it without anyone finding out, or are we going to have to do it some other way? She asked. She had a point. If we were caught, we would be in deep shit. The student would just report that I was doing something with his or her memories, and there is a large chance that it would be linked to Legimency. I thought about it before shaking my head. I'm not proficient enough to do it without them knowing. But I have a way around it, I said with a smile. We knock out a student, drag them into our classroom, I read his memories, and then we dump him somewhere, I said before getting punched in the arm again. What a stupid idea, Tom. Let's forget about Legimency for now and try to find a person who can teach us, said Hermione while shaking her head. I sighed and threw away the thought before thinking. Do you have any more ideas? She asked. No idea, I sighed dejectedly. Hermione wasn't much better since she didn't say anything either. We will have to put it off until we find an answer, she said before getting up. Come on, we have classes and then the feast in the Great Hall later. Hermione was against the idea, so I had to pretend to forget. She didn't have to know about it. What the eyes don't see, the heart doesn't feel. Drac was right about using Legimency. It was the best option in our current situation. Therefore the only option I had left was to train even more intensely with Drac and try to get it to a good enough level. With Drac's guidance and assistance, I should be able to pull it off at least once. The only thing left was to search for my target, and I already had one in mind. Percy Weasley. He was in a much higher year level and would definitely know an important spell such as Pratico. Casting my thoughts to the back of my head, I followed Hermione as we walked towards potions where the funny Snape would bully Harry like always. I did realize something though. Drac's energy would get slightly agitated whenever I was in potions class, but when I asked him about it he didn't answer and always gave an excuse. To this day I don't know, but he said he would tell me later, so I could only wait and find out at the time of his choosing. After classes were over, me, Hermione, a grumpy Ron, and a depressed Harry walked into the Great Hall before taking our seats. Naturally, Hermione and I sat far away from the pig known as Ron the Glutton. I felt sympathy for Harry since I knew what it was like to lose your parents. He was luckier though. He didn't remember the events that day, which saved him a lot of heartache. I walked over to him under the surprised gazes of Hermione and Ron and gave Harry a hug. Cheer up, man. There will always be hardships in life. We must overcome them in order to grow stronger. Your parents wouldn't want you to feel sad over their death. Get stronger and avenge them, I said before walking away. What would you know, Tom? Ron shouted. I sighed. The impetuous Weasley here to ruin the fucking mood. I ignored Ron and gave Harry, who was looking at me, a deep look. More than you can imagine, I responded. I turned around to find Hermione, who seemed to have heard the conversation, looking at me questioningly. I shook my head at her and sat down before observing the Great Hall. The decor in the Great Hall was different than usual. Instead of normal candles suspended in midair, it was carved pumpkins with creepy designed faces lit by a candle inside. The gargoyles on the wall held a large torch, each dangling from a chain. The enchanted ceiling was stormy and ghostly compared to the calm and soothing starry-skied one from usual. The food was to be expected, sweets everywhere in sight. I got sick just by looking at it all. I was never much of a sweets guy in either one of my lives, and I wasn't about to change. I looked over to see Hermione abstaining from the sweets. What are you doing? Aren't you going to have any? I asked in confusion as I watched her. She shook her head. No, of course not. My parents are dentists and excessive sugar is bad for you, she said, all stuck up and whatnot. I face-bombed and sighed. What are you sighing about now? She asked with annoyance. At what you ask, it's at the fact that you think that sweets in Hogwarts are made from sugar, I said with a chuckle. Hermione was stunned before looking at the sweets. If they're not made out of sugar, then she looked puzzled. I was completely baffled. Is your head okay? They're made from magic dew, I said before laughing. Hermione was again stunned before nodding. Why didn't I think of that possibility? She said before looking towards my empty plate. Why aren't you eating? She asked. Because I don't like sweets. I'll wait for the main course, I said while pushing my plate away. She nodded in acceptance and pushed hers away as well. As we started talking, the Great Hall doors slammed open with a whoosh, which attracted the attention of all the students as they quietened. Through the doors, Professor Quirrell came running in. Quirinus Quirrell, a young man with pale white skin. It was said that when Quirrell returned from his sabbatical in Albania, one of his eyes developed a twitch and he appeared quite pale and anxious and frequently stuttered. He was, of course, our defense against the dark arts teacher Dada for this year and the current host for the prime soul of Voldemort. I have a sneaking suspicion that he was turning Quirrell into a partial Horcrux since his character changed according to the information I found in my past life. Whether that's true or not doesn't really matter. I hated his classes nonetheless. They were monotonous and boring, all theoretical with no practical elements. His classroom strongly smelt of garlic, and so did his turban. The students suspected that it was due to his irrational fear of a vampire wanting to come after him. I, on the other hand, think that his turban smelled like garlic due to the presence of Valdi's face stuffed under there. So he probably went along with the vampire story and smeared garlic everywhere for appearances. It seemed to work for the most part since the Weasley twins mistook it for Quirrell stuffing garlic in his turban for the vampire. Anyway, back to the present, the funny little meatbag Professor Quirrell came running in while screaming, "Drool in the dungeon! Drool in the dungeon!" he screamed as he pointed behind him before stopping midway. I could see Dumbledore getting up and soon the other teachers followed. It was so quiet it was deafening. "Thought you would like to know," Quirrell said before fainting on the spot. "Fuck," I mumbled, which seemed to trigger a chain reaction as all the kids began to scream and run around like a bunch of headless chickens. Hermione started to panic a little and was getting restless. I put a hand on her shoulder, which caught her attention. "Calm down, Hermione, sit still and wait," I said with a smile. "Wait for what?" She was cut off by a loud yell. "Silence!" Dumbledore yelled, echoing through the great hall as he pronounced each part of the word clearly and loudly. The once panicked kids seemed to have calmed down in an instant. "Prefects, please take the students to their respective common rooms. The professors and I will deal with this matter," he said calmly. "What a terrible decision," murmured Hermione as she stared at Dumbledore. "You're right, the smart thing to do would be to keep the kids in the Great Hall all together and deal with the matter appropriately." "But what can we expect from a very irresponsible headmaster?" I said with a chuckle. "Tom, you can't criticize the headmaster like that. He probably has his reasons," she defended. "Doubtful, but that's not the issue here. What would have happened if a student was caught in the bathrooms at the wrong time? Trolls are dumb creatures, but they are resistant to magic, so it would be incredibly difficult for a student to beat them," I concluded. Hermione thought about my words for a moment. "Terrible security if you ask me. Letting a troll get into the school is just shameful," I said with a smile. "But don't worry, I doubt anything serious will happen," I added before tapping her shoulder and walking with the Gryffindor house back to our common room. As we walked with the rest of the house back towards the common room, the students were on edge. Especially the first years, they were shitting their pants all the way there. Peeves didn't help the situation, as he would come out of somewhere and scare us. Sometimes he would pretend that the troll was coming this way, which I found to be most fascinating. When this happened, everyone soon showed their colors. Percy should be one of the first to jump in front of the troll was indeed coming, but Percy met my expectations. The coward freaked out and backed away. Some of the kids actually stepped forward, which I found to be noteworthy. Hermione looked frightened but stood her ground and looked towards me to gauge my reaction. I could see the look of surprise when she saw me leaning on the wall calmly. I naturally knew that the troll was not even close to here, even if it didn't stop by the bathrooms like it did in the movies and books. So, what is there to be afraid of? When we heard Peeves laughing, all the others knew that they had been tricked and sported annoyed and indignant looks on their faces all the way back. I laughed at the sight and followed along merrily without much of a care. How can you be so relaxed in a situation like this? A troll is on the loose, and here you are looking like you're strolling around a park, said Hermione beside me with an angry look. If, and I say if, the troll does make its way over here, don't I have you and your big brain to help me figure it out? I teased, only to get punched for what seemed to be the millionth time on the arm. "Oh, you? If anyone can do something or think about how to deal with a troll, it would be you," she said confidently. I could only shake my head. Why does she have more confidence in me than I do? Sure, I was smart, and sure I had knowledge of the story, but that would not help me when facing off against a troll. My only option would be to try the method Ron used, and the second would be to melt the fucker into a puddle of troll meat with Drax's power. But the second option would not be possible since I would under no circumstances expose my power. It would be too much of a headache to deal with. As for magic and spells, I am limited again by what we are learning in the library. I have a plan for the restricted section in the library. The restricted section is full of books and knowledge that focuses on how to combat dark magic or is about something relating to dark magic. There was everything from potions to charms. It was chock full information that would be useful in my pursuit for power. But it would have to wait until our dear little protagonist attempts to stop Quirrell that night. Snapping out of my thoughts, I pat Hermione's shoulder and continue to walk onwards under the incessant noise of Peeves. He did, however, eventually give up when none of the students reacted to his nonsense anymore. I chuckled softly at the sudden thought that popped into my head. What would happen if the troll showed up and Peeves was truly trying to warn us? Man, would that be chaotic. I shook my head and arrived at the common room shortly after. I finally understood why dark wizards were able to deal so much damage. These students were so frightened that they were scared of their own shadow, let alone a dark wizard that is 100 times more lethal than a troll. But look how happy they are now. It's like they completely forgot about the existence of the troll in the castle corridors. In the span of a couple of minutes, the once tense atmosphere was once again joyful and light. People were eating, playing games, or talking about the troll with a smile. Me and Hermione sat in our usual spot on the couch and watched this happen with a smile of our own. Naive, aren't they? I said without turning my head. From the corner of my eye, I could see Hermione shake her head and sigh. I finally get why you wanted me to train. Who knew that there would be a troll in the castle undetected? What would have happened if me or you were separated and got attacked? Maybe we could have outrun the troll with the amount of exercise we are doing, but not others. Especially when trolls are magic resistant, so attacking them with it is dumb, she said, frightened at her own idea. I laughed and flicked her forehead. Relax, it is over now. The teachers will get rid of it, and everything will be fine. Now the real issue is where those two idiots are, I said with a frown. There should be no reason for why they are missing. It can't be that hard to follow a simple set of instructions, is it? Hermione looked at me and then at the crowd and soon realized who was missing. I saw her face bomb before getting angry. Those two incompetent idiots will make us lose points again, she said with a scowl. Relax, it won't be so many, and you need to forget about this points thing. It's not worth our time thinking about it. If we get them, that's good, but we shouldn't care about them at the end of the day, I voiced while slightly pushing her. She fell sideways onto the couch, which seemed to take her mind off of it as she sat back up straight, stepped on my foot and smiled before opening her book. Must you torture me wherever I go? I said in annoyance. Yes, I must, she said without giving an explanation, which pissed me off. Seeing my face, Hermione laughed quietly before turning her attention away from me. Soon some others noticed Harry and Ron's disappearance and got worried. But that didn't last long before Professor McGonagall walked into the common room holding the arms of two students with torn clothes and a dirty look, like they had been dragged across the dirt while being tied to a horse-drawn carriage. When we heard that Ron and Harry went to look at the troll, I face-bombed. I forgot the most crucial part. They are idiots without Hermione. Well, they were idiots with her being present, but without her, they were far worse. It seems that unlike the original, Harry and Ron didn't manage to kill the troll. No, it was the other way around. The troll almost killed them. Luckily, the teachers arrived in time and stopped the troll, or the idiotic duo would have to be scraped off of the ground with a shovel. Shaking my head, I opened a book myself and read before it was bedtime. I said goodnight to Hermione and walked towards the men's showers to have my daily bath before bed. It was surprising how terrible the grades of the golden duo truly were. The absence of Hermione in their lives basically destroyed any chance they had at getting good grades. They didn't behave, mostly due to Ron and being the only friend Harry had made him go along with his antics. Hermione was the one that kept them stable, but since she was gone, it all went to shit. Not that I regret it in any way. Fuck them, it wasn't my intention to split them up, but Hermione proved to be someone who I could get along with incredibly well. I didn't really like her too much in the original due to her constant "I need to study this, you should study that" nagging she did to Ron and Harry. But later I realized that it was due to Harry and Ron's incompetence that she was forced to teach them what they should have learned in class. This effectively cut her time in half, which was why she acted that way. Hermione was in fact quite reasonable except for the physical abuse. I swear she's a sadist. But she was quite down to earth and valued meaningful conversation, and would not be hesitant to agree with you if what you said proved to be correct. She would try to learn and correct herself so that she doesn't make a mistake in that area again. She was the type to not be annoying and butt heads with you if she was wrong, since she was not prideful to that degree. It was refreshing compared to the kids I must be around all day. She was wiser than her peers, which made our conversations that much more interesting. It was currently early November, and the first Quidditch match was looming ahead where our dear old protagonist would debut. I remembered that Professor Quirrell would interfere and mess with Potter, so I would observe and see if Hermione figures it out by herself or if I would have to do it myself. I did think about skipping it, but I can't be stuck all day long in the school with no change of scenery. Hermione was against the idea since she wanted to study, but I dragged her along anyway since it would do her some good to experience new things. If we didn't like it, we wouldn't go again. It was just that simple. So, for the next week, we studied our asses off in the library, did our exercises in our private classroom, and practiced spells against each other. I would implement my memory reading plan soon since Drax said I was just good enough to read the memory without being noticed at the cost of being completely drained. So, I made a mental note to head to the infirmary afterwards just in case anything went wrong. On the 9th of November, the first match of Quidditch would be held. It was naturally Gryffindor against Slytherin. Me and the slightly unhappy Hermione made our way over to the stands and sat down in empty spots nearby. Just when we were getting comfortable, I heard the obnoxious voice of our least favorite Weasley. "What do we have here? Our nerdy pair deciding to do something that's not study?" asked Ron, who feigned shock. I sighed before looking towards Ron. "Shut it, Ron. I really don't want to hear your stupid comments this early in the morning, you hear me?" I said before glaring at him. Ron was naturally angry and started to walk towards us when Hagrid appeared out of somewhere. "Enough, you two, you need to support Harry," he said before pulling Ron away. I simply returned my attention to the field where 7 players from both teams floated on their brooms. It was quite the spectacle. There were towers evenly spaced all around the field where people sat, and between the towers were rows of people waving flags from either one of the houses. Naturally, they were almost all on one side and they weren't mixed around, which showed the animosity between the two houses. "Hello, welcome to Hogwarts' first Quidditch game of the season. Today's game, Slytherin vs Gryffindor," said Lee Jordan through some type of tube that projected his voice. He was a black boy with black hair and dreadlocks who was sporting the Gryffindor colors. As soon as he finished, the crowd cheered around us as they continued to wave their flags around. Hagrid, being the giant that he was, stood towering over the other kids as he watched on. I felt bad for the people behind him, I thought while chuckling. "What are you laughing at?" Hermione asked curiously as she watched me laugh. I simply nodded in Hagrid's direction, which made Hermione look that way before I responded. "I'm taking pity on the poor souls stuck behind Hagrid," I said before another bout of laughter surged. "You shouldn't laugh at others' misfortunes," she said stoically, but a muffled giggle could be heard from her lips. "You're one to talk. Look at you, giggling like an idiot," I said before laughing again. She scoffed at me before smiling and turning around to watch as Madame Hooch took to the field. She seemed to be speaking to the players and going off of what she said in the movies. She was probably explaining the rules and whatnot. Soon we saw her kick a chest open, and 2 bludgers came flying out, followed by the tiny little golden snitch that flew erratically. Lee Jordan explained what happened and spoke about how the snitch would be worth 150 points and the seeker who catches it will automatically end the game. We then saw Madame Hooch pick up the quaffle and throw it up into the air. The quaffle is released and the games begin, Lee shouted as the players scurried for the ball. Green and red mixed with each other as both sides swerved to avoid hitting one another. Gryffindor was lucky enough to get the first touch and headed towards the goals. Angelina Johnson made her way forward and carried the ball the entire way and scored the first set of points. Angelina Johnson scores 10 points for Gryffindor, voiced Lee through the speakers, which made the Gryffindor supporters happy as they began to wave their flags around with even more passion. The game continued, and with it the constant clash between the two teams. It wasn't like the movie though, no, that was just barbaric and broke like 20 rules in the span of a match. Naturally, they were all broken by Slytherin. In the movie, they took out the Gryffindor goalkeeper, which is an illegal move and would be severely punished. Then there was Angelina Johnson and her wipeout when Slytherin cornered her into one of the towers, which should have been an immediate end to the game. No, this version was much tamer. Sure, the Slytherin team was very brutal, but it was mostly within the rules since the game didn't stop every second due to a breach of rules. There were moments when they did break them, and Gryffindor took the advantage. I finally realized how good Gryffindor really was. I read somewhere that Gryffindor had not seen last place for over 200 years, which baffled me and Hermione to no end. But when you think about Hufflepuff, I would just expel myself from the school if I lost to them. They were simply trash. The game went on, and with it the scoring from both sides. Gryffindor held a safe lead, and you could just see Harry floating about looking for the snitch to no avail. I shook my head in disappointment when I heard Drac speak. Funny old man, seems he can't help but stick his wrinkly old fingers into everything, said Drac with a chuckle. Drac had been going through my memories as a pastime. He essentially spent all of his time watching the movies I saw, which were quite a few. He had naturally seen all of the Harry Potter movies, which he liked a lot. He wouldn't shut up about Ron's idiocy and how comparable this world's Ron was to the movie one. But I didn't get what he meant with his spontaneous sentence. What I'm saying is that our seemingly lovely headmaster is actually tampering with the snitch. Look, it's just sticking to him like a gold digger to a rich man, said Drac with a rather colorful comparison. I looked towards where Harry was flying about with much more purpose as he chased the golden snitch, which had lost most of its erratic behavior. I involuntarily smiled. Cheeky old fucker, do you have sticky fingers or something? I questioned with a mumble. I looked up towards the tower Dumbledore was in and shook my head. Hermione turned to me with a questioning look. I thought about not telling her, but who cares? I explained what Drac said, but as my observation. Hermione was surprised and skeptical of my words and looked towards the snitch with her binoculars. Her facial expression changed slightly and before long lowered her binoculars and looked at me with astonishment. How did you know? She asked. I smiled. Well, it's simple. Over the course of the year so far there have been incidents that should, under normal circumstances, raise eyebrows but didn't. 1. Harry being named the Seeker for Gryffindor is very suspicious no matter the talent shown. Professor McGonagall wouldn't be that forgiving, so the only option is Dumbledore. Just because he flew a broom once shouldn't automatically make him a Seeker of a house. 2. Being let off after the troll incident, there should be no excuse available to justify why they were there, yet he and Ron were given the lightest punishment available. Overall, I can safely assume that Dumbledore has some good relationship or at the very least good impression of Mr. Potter to justify his actions, I said, pretending to be analyzing the facts. In truth, it would make no sense to tell her about Dumbledore's plans for Harry since I have no credible source to explain how I got that information. Hermione listened and pondered with the iconic hand on her chin she did when she was deep in thought. Just as we were talking, we heard the student's gasp, which drew our attention. What else could it be? Harry had lost complete control over his broom. Well, that's what everyone else was saying, but naturally, I looked over to see Quirrell mumbling a chant. Not long after, I spotted Snape mumbling something as well, which seemed to balance out the situation. Ron was losing it at the sight of his friend in danger and asked Hagrid about what was happening. Hermione lifted her head to look and saw what was going on. Her expression changed as she looked over at me. I calmly looked at the entire situation, not bothering to do anything. I would only interfere if Hermione failed to spot the cause. "What do you think is happening?" I asked. "Clearly Harry has lost control over his broom," responded Hermione with certainty. "Is that so?" I said, dragging out the so. She looked at me in puzzlement before lifting her binoculars to look at Harry. It just so happened that Harry was right in front of where Snape and Quirrell were. I saw the expression on Hermione change before sharply turning towards me. I grinned knowingly, which seemed to have confirmed Hermione's suspicions. "I'll go stop it. It seems that Snape is jinxing Harry's broom," said Hermione while getting up. "I'll be waiting. Be careful," I added, not attempting to stop her from leaving. She looked at me in puzzlement. "Aren't you going to stop me or come with me?" she asked. I shook my head. "What's the point of stopping you? You are more than capable of doing it yourself. This leads me to your second point. Seeing that you are more than capable, why would I need to go?" I summarized quickly. I could see the surprise in her gaze before leaving. I chuckled lightly and continued to watch the show. I watched on with interest. My only regret is not having a spell to summon popcorn. Maybe I could come up with it, I thought as an epiphany hit me. I laughed, which caught the attention of some who began to give me reproachful looks. I simply ignored it. They wouldn't listen even if I explained, nor do I have the energy to do so either. Hermione was more than capable of doing this herself, and I really can't be fucked fixing Harry's issues for him unless he is in a life and death situation. I can't have that, since it would bring a big headache for me. Having Baldy's attention not being focalized on Harry could bring devastating changes to the timeline. I had a line I would not cross until I had enough power. Once I did, though, Harry could die for all I care. Drax's power is enough to burn through entire cities in a matter of minutes. A shitty wizard such as Voldemort can only be seen as a lamb to the slaughter. The reason was simple: people had forgotten the weakness of the Pendragon family, combined with the family being supposedly wiped out, gave me the surprise factor I needed. But that is too far into the future for me to be thinking about now. Snapping out of my thoughts, I focused on the current situation. Harry was still holding on, albeit by a thread, but he was still holding on. Hermione should get there quickly, so all I had to do was wait. I looked over to see what Dumbledore was doing, and to my surprise, he had a smile on his face. Recalling the fact that he was able to perform Arresto Momento means that Harry isn't in a life-threatening position to begin with. He leisurely sat there with the other teachers who were worried for Harry. I shook my head and focused on Snape and Quirrell. The jinx they were performing needed to be done while maintaining eye contact with the target. If eye contact is lost, then the jinx stops working. After a little struggle, I was able to finally see Hermione under Snape through the binoculars she left with me. She sent the spell, which caught fire, to Snape's cloak, which after about 30 seconds was noticed. Snape jumped up and knocked everyone down in an attempt to put out the fire, which effectively disrupted Quirrell. I saw Quirrell's face morph into a grim one as he looked at Snape before quickly going back into the character. Made me laugh, to be honest, but it did make me curious about the Mirror of Erised. I wanted to know what I wanted most in this world. I was pretty sure of what I wanted most, but it would be good to find out and be sure anyway. Looking towards Harry, who stabilized himself and soon sped off towards the snitch again. Funny how the snitch went back to being erratic while Harry was jinxed but became tamer after he started to chase after it again. It really was a boring game, a bunch of idiots chasing after a ball while two shot-put-sized balls flew around trying to kill you. Blew my mind as to who would want to play this game. Shaking my head, I looked towards Hermione, who was coming my way before sitting down again. She looked towards Harry and seeing that he was fine, she sighed in relief. Our great hero has returned. You must be sad that no one knows you save Harry, huh? I said with a teasing smile. She looked at me indignantly before bursting into laughter. Let's go, I don't really feel like staying for the rest of the game, she said before getting up again. I was surprised but didn't disagree as I was tired of this dumb game anyway. I thought it would be fun to watch but it really wasn't. Under the cheers of everyone present, Hermione and we made our way back to the common room where we sat in our usual spot. It was far quieter compared to normal due to the absence of everyone. You would think that me and Hermione would be happy about it, but for some odd reason, I felt like something was missing which distracted us from studying. So, we simply talked about some random stuff before deciding to go to our classroom and practice some magic spells and spar against each other. After about an hour, the game would have already finished. We were physically exhausted, so we head back to the common room to find it noisy and full of life. Seeing the scene, me and Hermione looked at each other and smiled before walking in and sitting on the couch to observe the party. The Gryffindor house was cheering for Harry and the team as they welcomed him back in. Ron was stuck to Harry's side, making sure that he was okay. Under the noisy atmosphere, me and Hermione were finally able to study. I laughed at the contradiction. The 3 weeks went by quickly, and Christmas was fast approaching. I needed to put my memory reading plan into action, but I had tweaked it slightly. I figured that taking on Percy while seemingly easy would be too much of a risk if caught. I thought about it before settling for a fourth-year student, which was also in Gryffindor, would often roam the corridors after dinner and was the perfect candidate for the job. I asked around and found out that all the fourth years had learned the Pratigo spell by then, so it was very convenient. There were normal Pratico, Duo, Reflecto Modification, and Tohelus which I would need to learn. Well, not learn, I had already learned them, I just couldn't cast it because I was missing the visual image, which the teacher would provide but I couldn't access. I tried asking, but they rejected me with every bullshit excuse under the sun. Fuckers made me do it, now I have to waste my time pushing myself through this monotonous training. Legimency was good to learn but terribly boring. Shaking away my thoughts, I went to dinner as usual and afterwards located my target. I split with Hermione with some random excuse since she was against the idea. I followed the target until we were alone and cast the Confundus charm on him. Walk towards the 7th floor, I whispered, and the target seemed to have remembered something and made him walk towards the 7th floor. We soon arrived at the 7th floor and went by a certain painting. Once here, I used Stupefy on the poor soul and knocked him out cold. I walked by the painting 3 times thinking about a room away from the eyes of everyone with a place to sit. It worked as a door materialized on the wall opposite the painting. I dragged the unconscious boy into the room before closing the door behind me after making sure that no one was around. I feel like I'm doing something wrong, but the teachers forced me, so fuck them. I saw an empty chair in the middle of a small room on which I placed the knocked-out kid. I made sure that my plan was in order and that I was ready before waving my wand at the guy. Legilimens, I said softly. There was a bit of an inconvenience with Legimency, and that was that there is no actual way to find a specific memory. It wasn't like opening a textbook to a certain page and reading what you wanted. Sure, it was easier on people who didn't practice occlumency, but it would still take a while. I made sure to knock him out for a while so that he doesn't wake up in the middle of it. I thought about using the Confundus charm when he was awake and making him think about the Pratigo spell, since that would have been easier, but the chance of being found on was higher the longer he was awake. Images began to surge into my head one by one. Images pertaining to the kid's family, school life, even his crush, which was uncomfortable to read through. I continued to no avail. There were simply too many memories flowing in no specific order. This went on for 15 minutes until there was a series of memories pertaining to the use of Pratigo. I perked up and read through them closely while making sure not to miss anything. I was getting tired and with it sloppy in my magic. If this went on much longer, I could cause serious damage to the kid's mind. I scanned through them and found the relevant image of a teacher performing the different kinds of Pratigo. Normal Pratigo, which was good for blocking spells in a certain direction. It didn't cover you completely, at a maximum of 90 degrees around you. Pratigo Duo was a spell that made 2 shields, one that stopped magical attacks and one that stopped physical ones. There was a difference between the two. A physical attack is one that has physical properties to it, such as fire, ice, and things like that. Magical attacks are those that don't have a physical property. It covered the same range as normal Pratigo, being 90 degrees, but had 2 that different jobs. The cool thing was that the caster could change the position of the shields at any time and could even overlap them. Then there was Pratigo with the reflection modification. What this did was add an extra property to the magical shield in Pratigo Duo spell, which allowed the reflection of spells back at the attacker or at the angle the attack came from. Lastly, there was Pratigo Totalis, which was harder to achieve than the rest, but when successfully done, covered the entirety of the caster in a shield. This allowed them to focus on other things instead of worrying about moving the shield to protect from all angles. Having read all the necessary memories, I pulled back on the spell to find the same quiet place. I peered over at the kid to see him sleeping there just like I left him, but with some subtle moves. It seemed that he was waking up or would do so soon. Having accomplished my goal, I dragged him out of the room and left him right under the painting. I knew that Dumbledore had access to this painting, which would mean that he might have found out about me doing something, but to hell with him. I looked deeply at the painting before grinning and walking away while humming a merry tune. Making my way back to the common room, I came upon the same painting that served as the gatekeeper to the Gryffindor house. The fat lady sported black hair and a pink silk dress, and she was just as annoying as the third movie one. She tried to show me her singing, which I tactfully rejected by coming up with an excuse. Giving her the password, she swung the portrait open to reveal the short passageway to the Gryffindor tower, where I soon saw the familiar faces of all the Gryffindor students. I walked towards the couch where Hermione sat with a book in hand as always. A sudden idea popped into my head. I should find a chance to get the Half-Blood Prince's Potions book. That would be great material to read and would give us much more insight into potions. We were already far ahead compared to our peers, but that wasn't an achievement. There was also Sectum Sempra, which was an amazing spell I wouldn't mind learning. "Where did you go to arrive back here so late?" said Hermione, her voice bringing me out of my thoughts. I smiled brilliantly at her, which seemed to have caught her attention. As soon as I sat down, she turned to me with an expectant gaze. "Oh, nowhere, just getting the information we were missing for the Pratigo spell," I said with a grin. She looked at me with sparkling eyes before her face turned gloomy suddenly. "And how exactly did you get that information? You didn't go ahead with that ludicrous plan of yours, did you?" she asked suspiciously. "Of course I didn't, I'm not that reckless," I said with an offended look. I attempted to keep the straightest face I could muster. It seemed to work since her face softened. "I got it from one of the students, seems he was kind enough to explain it to me. I have it all down, so I'll teach it to you later," I said with a smile. She nodded happily. Sure, it sounded like a dumb excuse, but she was just a 12-year-old at most after all. We read on the couch until it was bedtime, after which we headed to our separate rooms and slept. All this time Hermione had been getting better in her physical activity and her stamina was reaching higher standards. We went for our morning run around the school before doing our weighted exercises in the classroom. After which we went to the Great Hall for breakfast when Arya came flying in before perching herself on my shoulder after dropping off her package. I received letters from the knights telling me all about what is happening in the Muggle world. They sent over newspaper clippings and other stuff which was interesting to read. I wrote back telling them about my time here and how my academic performance was going before sending the letter back. Arya was still as beautiful as ever, still as temperamental, but for some weird reason liked Hermione a lot and even perched herself on her shoulder. Hermione was stunned at the bird's actions. After telling her about Arya's personality, Hermione was overjoyed and wore a wide smile all breakfast. Before Arya left, I also handed over the homework that was due for regular school. I had asked the knights to let me do distance ed ever since Luke convinced me of continuing normal Muggle school. He had a point. If I ever quit the magical world, I wouldn't have a place to go, so having a certificate that proved you finished school was a useful thing to have any way you look at it. What is that, Tom? She said, staring at my homework. This is homework for Muggle school, I said simply. But I didn't expect the over-the-top surprise from Hermione. Why are you still doing normal school homework? We go to a magical school, she said in sudden confusion. I smiled before shaking my head. And what would happen if, by some stroke of bad luck, you are forced to live in the Muggle world again? You would only have a primary school completion certificate that isn't worth shit. So at least finishing high school is a must, I said adamantly. Hermione was stunned, speechless for a minute. Why didn't I think of that? It's pure genius. Oh my God, I need to send my parents a letter. She panicked and yelled before storming off. Seeing Hermione rush off made me laugh to no end. And, sure, losing your magic or going back to living in the Muggle world will probably not happen, but having only a primary school completion certificate seems a bit ridiculous to me in any case. Don't worry, it doesn't take up space in the novel. To begin with, just small background info. Our conversation, however, caught the attention of Harry and Ron. Any problems, Potter? I asked the boy who was staring at me like an exotic creature added to the zoo. I just can't believe you would want to go back to the Muggle world, he said. It is not a matter of want, Potter, but a matter of having backup plans and backup plans for your backup plans. If, by some stroke of bad luck, I can't use magic again, I will have to return to the Muggle world and live an ordinary life. And if that's to be the case, then having a way out is a smart way to go, I said with a shrug. All you guys ever do is study, you barely go anywhere, and it was a shock seeing you at that Quidditch game. Why put so much effort in? Where's the hurry? Said Ron with a puzzled and annoyed look. It is very simple, Mr. Weasley. There are 2 reasons why. Firstly, because knowledge equals power. The truly powerful have studied the art of magic for decades in order to reach truly remarkable heights. Magic is a science, not something you can pick up as a hobby. Secondly, it's because we aren't purebloods like you, so you can't understand our hurry, I said simply. Hey, what do you mean by that? We treat Muggles-borns fairly and with respect, he said angrily. His outburst caught the attention of others. Who said I was being specific to you? All I'm saying is that no matter what, pure-blooded families will always have the upper hand when it comes to getting jobs, especially in the Ministry of Magic. Take the Muggle-born Minister of Magic years back. How was he treated? People threatened his life at every possible occasion, I said. An older student that was nearby cut in before Ron could answer. Tom, you're wrong about that. New laws have been introduced in order to avoid such unfairness between us all, he said flatly, neither overbearing nor servile. Others seemed to agree as they nodded at his words. I, on the other hand, chuckled while shaking my head. No, that will not stop pure-blooded families from retaining their huge advantage. They hold too much power over the ministry to have their voices go unheard. Their offspring will be born with half a foot in the door at the very least. Muggle-borns will always be looked down upon as long as these radical families exist, I said as a trace of helplessness could be heard from my voice. Sadly, there is no peaceful way to fix this, and I wish there were more families like the Weasley who are more tolerant of Muggle-borns or even accepted them, I said truthfully while looking at Ron and the Weasley twins who had joined in. Everyone was silent. Some had dark expressions as they got the hidden meaning in my words, while the younger, more naive ones like Ron were happy at my praise. That is why being studious is so important. It allows for the accumulation of knowledge, and as I mentioned before, with knowledge comes great power. And what does great power give to a person? I asked while looking around. Some of the students seemed to have an answer, but let me continue, while others, like Harry and Ron, were clueless but were looking on very much interested in the answer I would present. The answer is simple. It gives us the standing and respect necessary in order to not be stepped on. No one in their right mind would try to hinder Dumbledore or Voldemort, and why is that? Because they are the most powerful wizards of their time. Power, ladies and gentlemen, power is the answer to all these problems. With power comes opportunity, with power comes the right to be heard and taken seriously, I concluded while looking at the crowd before picking up my things and walking out under the fervent gazes of everyone present. On my way out, I saw some of the teaching staff standing around, apparently listening into my speech. Only now did I realize that a lot of students had gathered to listen in. Even Dumbledore had appeared and gave me a mysterious smile. I only nodded with a slight grin before making my way to the shower area. I needed to cool off after that speech. Very passionate speech, kid. I like it. And you are right about power being the key factor in all of this. As for getting rid of the radical purists, I look forward to accomplishing our goal, he said with a chuckle. He was right. That part was me giving them my solution to the overall problem. And that was my end goal, to burn the purist radical families like the Malfoys to the ground, and build something new from their ashes. Sure, it would not get rid of the Muggle-born hate completely, but it would not be as prevalent as it is now. There will always be people who think differently no matter the outcome. Take racism, for example. In my past life, it was frowned upon to be racist, but there would always be that one person who still bore hate in their heart. But like my past life, I aim to get rid of the commonly seen hate for Muggle-borns. It would be challenging, and many would strive to hinder me, especially Voldemort, which gives me that much more of a reason to train and study harder. I need to get stronger so that I can look down on everyone from the highest peak, an unreachable, uncontested peak where everyone else is forced to bow. Kid, tomorrow make sure to suggest to Luke that we go to Hawaii for the summer holidays. There is an active volcano that has deep ties with me. It will be incredibly beneficial to increasing your control and strength over my power. What he said surprised me, since so far, I was able to use a fair bit of his strength to boost my body, making me vastly stronger and faster than others. But I had not used it since there had never been a reason to. Now it seems that I have another way to increase my power to an even greater height. And thinking about next year and the basilisk, there will be a need to increase my strength in order to take it head-on. I can't risk becoming lazy since I don't know how much of a butterfly effect my presence has caused. I can already predict that things will not end well if I don't step in since I took away the brain from the golden trio. Finishing my thoughts, I stepped out of the shower, got dressed and headed to my classes like usual. And, sorry for only one chapter, I had other things to do that took up much of my time. It will be back to 2 tomorrow. Apologies. Walking out of potions, I remembered the conversation that Hermione and I had after the Quidditch game while on our way to the Gryffindor common room. Flashback. As we walked up the stone steps that joined the Quidditch stadium to the Hogwarts castle, I heard Hermione's voice. "Why do you think that Snape was jinxing Harry's broom?" she asked inquisitively. I looked at her with a smile before voicing my thoughts. "Well, you are right about Snape jinxing the broom, but he wasn't trying to harm Potter but instead save him, a counter-jinx per se." Hermione looked at me with visible confusion. She was about to speak before I raised a hand to cut her off. "You're probably thinking how that's possible, right?" I asked, to which Hermione nodded. I looked around and pulled out my wand before casting the Muffliato spell to drown out our conversation. "Well, it's a long story and one that I will tell you another time. The point is, Snape is forced to protect Harry for certain reasons. The one who was jinxing the broom was Professor Quirrell." Hermione looked surprised and skeptical at my analysis. "Why would Professor Quirrell do that?" she asked in confusion. "That I have no clue about, but I can confirm that it was him after you set the fire on Professor Snape's cloak. Snape accidentally knocked over Quirrell, who was also mumbling something while looking at Potter. Coincidence? I think not. After getting knocked over, he had a vicious look on his face, which is very out of character for the cowardly stuttering professor. Wouldn't you agree?" Hermione seemed to be thinking about it for a while. "There is no definitive proof about that, but if he was also mumbling something while keeping eye contact with the target, then he is a suspect as well." "Correct. It doesn't really matter since no harm was done," I said while nodding. "But the question is, why would he want to harm Harry?" she asked in contemplation. It was like she was asking me and herself. "It could be for a multitude of reasons. In any case, we will have to keep an eye out for any more suspicious activity. After all, it is the second time now that Quirrell has brought trouble to Harry," I said nonchalantly. "Second time?" she asked with furrowed brows. "Yep, don't you find it weird that the troll was able to get in so easily? And why did Harry have to go there when there was no reason to?" "I highly doubt even Harry would be that stupid," I said with a shrug. Hermione was shocked. "You're saying that he was manipulated into going?" she gasped. I nodded. "Highly likely, since Harry is such a celebrity at the school currently. What better distraction is there? Plus he gets the boy killed at the same time," I hypothesized. "What do you mean, distraction?" she asked. "I doubt Professor Quirrell would come only to kill Potter. Plus, you heard about the robbery at Gringotts, right?" She nodded but got confused. "What does any of this have to do with Harry?" she asked. "Oh, that part is simple. Mr. Potter has a big mouth, so I overheard him talk at breakfast about visiting a vault in Gringotts with Hagrid that had something similar to the item that was stolen." "You're saying that Harry stole the item?" she asked with surprise. I shook my head. "No, that wouldn't make sense, otherwise he would be caught. The only explanation is that they took the item before the other person stole it." "But what does that have to do with Quirrell?" she asked. "It has everything to do with Quirrell. I have come to conclude that he is after the stone. I saw him at the Leaky Cauldron when he met Potter, and he was on leave the year before. For some reason he must be after the stone after returning," I said while looking at her. I naturally had to lie in order to make it convincing. "Stone?" she asked, catching the little hint I left. I nodded. "Yes, stone. Harry mentioned Hagrid talking about someone called Nicholas Flamel. And you should know who that is, right?" I asked with a smile. Hermione gasped. "The Philosopher's Stone," she exclaimed. But then she frowned. "I don't get it. If he's after the stone, then why would he come here?" she questioned. "Where does Hagrid work?" I asked. "Here at Hogwarts," she answered, still confused. I shook my head at the sight. "And who would he trust the most?" I questioned again. Well, Dumbledore if anyone else, after all, he is the moss. She caught onto something and looked at me in surprise and shock. The stone is hidden in the castle, she yelled. Correct, that is why Quirrell is back. Also, did you know the position of Dada has been jinxed since Voldemort failed to get the position? I asked suddenly. She looked at me in surprise and disbelief. No, I didn't know about that, but it would explain why the position hasn't had the same teacher for more than 1 year, she said while nodding. Exactly, so if that is the case then how can Quirrell come back? After all, the position has caused serious injuries to the occupant and occasionally, even death. She looked at me in horror. I can only find one conclusion, and that is that only the caster of the jinx is unaffected. Usually that wouldn't be the case, but there must be a loophole, I said. Why are saying that Voldemort is Professor Quirrell? She asked with a stutter. I laughed loudly, which confused her. How can you laugh right now? If your conjecture is right, then she stopped talking when she saw me shaking my head. No, Professor Quirrell is not Voldemort, but Voldemort must be close to him, I said. I naturally couldn't tell her that in a sense she was correct since there is no feasible way I would know that from the evidence presented to me during the course of the year so far. Some things are just meant to be kept a secret. She would find out about it later anyway. Plus, the jinx seemed to have been still active since Quirrell himself didn't actually survive the year. So maybe in a sense Voldemort really didn't have to do anything. Why would Voldemort be here and how is he alive? She asked exasperatedly. Well, the answer to your first question is simple. Whatever it is that is in the school must be able to bring him back, and Quirrell is helping do so. As for your second question, it is all but a guess. I don't have any evidence to back up his existence around Quirrell, and it could all just be Quirrell's personal objective. It doesn't matter since Harry will die if he gets his hands on the item either way, I concluded as we reached the portrait. Walking in, we sat on the couch in the empty common room. I see, but your reasoning is sound. The only question is why isn't Dumbledore doing anything? She asked. I nodded in approval. Smart girl, and this is where all the previous talk becomes a fucking joke. All this is Dumbledore's little puppet show after all. I have no idea, but we can't take him for a fool. The old man is a schemer and a politician. He will definitely have noticed what is going on, especially at the Quidditch match, I analyzed. But if that is the case, then why did he just sit there and watch? She asked indignantly. The only reason I can come up with is that he had everything under control. A powerful wizard like him probably has spells that will stop Harry from falling to his death. His inaction is evidence to this, I said. Hermione was confused, seeing that I continued to explain. What I mean is that Dumbledore must be behind this in some way or another. For now we should stay out of it until we can do something definitive about it. I assume that the pair of idiots Ron and Harry must be on the trail, although at a much slower pace. I assume they will try to do something about it, and when that happens, we will follow and provide our assistance according to the situation, I said while looking at her. She looked at me seriously for a moment. Tom, tell me something. When did you figure all of this out? She asked suspiciously. I looked at her deeply before smiling. With your extraordinary talent in occlumency, reaching a far enough level should not be too difficult. Slowly, I will tell you what you desire. For now, it doesn't benefit you to know. She looked at me seriously for a good minute, seemingly studying my face before nodding with a heavy but determined expression. It seems that I have given her one more reason to train, I thought with a chuckle. She didn't badger me for more details and left it at that in a prudent manner. End of flashback.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.